last we left off the Disaster Brigade, you've made it to the Snakewood. You've learned that things are changed. You knew it was coming. You also learned that you might have more to deal with here than just finding a spiritual stag.
And family
hags.
reunions.
Yeah. With hags and other creatures lurking in the forest, it's become a dangerous place to travel. But there are people still here. The forest still is alive, but barely. But right now, you just want to go home. And you don't know how much of home will be left when you get there. So you guys are heading to the town first, right?
Yes.
Okay. For the most part, you guys will get to town. I think I told you guys would get to town by the end of the day. So you guys pretty much arrive into town by walking along the bank. It doesn't take too long. The name of this town is very silly, but it's Esmermelt. Esmermelton? Yeah.
Yeah.
Esmermelton is much bigger. You can see it the minute you come down the river. You see it. You see how much larger it is. It's this massive port town, but not tourists. Though Esmermelt is still beautiful. The town is gorgeous. And the lake is beautiful. All of the water, the crisp, clear blue water. It's still beautiful, but you can see the cloudiness from the logging at the mouth of the river. You can see how it's darker in color, and there's a little bit of that clouding from all of the silt being turned up, and it's by both of the lake, the rivers there. You can see both of the rivers that run along the forest. You can see that kind of pollution from the deforestation. But Esmermelt does not have, it's not like, you don't see a bunch of sailboats or anything like that out on the lake. It's not touristy so much as you see big log haulers. It's very clearly become a logging town. It's what seems to be its main form of business. A lot of that original tourism that sort of attracted people to the Snakewood area seems to have died down. You just don't see a lot of it as you approach. It's much larger. And you do see some of what you knew, some of the old towns places and where people lived and things like that, but it's harder to figure out where you are. It's like the roads were changed. Like they were either widened or buildings were knocked down, and so the map of the city itself is no longer as familiar to Kali and Sarabi as it used to.
The people around are still mainly halfling, or
yeah, you still have a lot of halflings, but it's a lot more intermixed, if that makes sense. If like the normal population were, say, humans, if like humans was the base population and then you had like a higher concentration of other races mixed in, just make it halflings are the base race, but then like it's like everybody under the sun now is sort of seen, and it's a much more metropolitan area because it's for a lot of log workers. So I mean, you have a huge influx of just loggers who come here and are trying to do business this way. Yeah.
For a city that used to be just halflings, does that mean every like door handles were lower and things like that?
Maybe some of the old buildings, yeah, you can certainly see that they're almost more like Hobbit hole style. So they're just shorter buildings. You might have maybe the floors might be like, you might get 3 or 4 floor buildings, but they're only the same height as the 3-story building. That kind of thing might happen. But a lot of the newer buildings are more designed for larger humanoids.
When Rose goes to the town, keep in mind I haven't really decided if she probably hasn't been to the town, because when she left, she took the route of least resistance away from town, and Esmeralda is kind of out of the way.
Yep.
She sees these buildings and just kind of gets hit by a wave of nostalgia.
It's like think the happened in the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, very much so.
I was actually kind of thinking, a little bit the Shire, a little bit of, I think they called it Riverton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Riverton. Yeah.
So she's still hit by that wave of nostalgia. It's just like, oh, so that's what, okay. It's not her hometown, but she still is missing home.
Yeah. It has some resemblance in the older buildings looking halfling-like.
Yeah.
First thing Arianti does when she gets to town is she tries to see if there's a shop nearby that sells fabrics. Because Sarabi asked a favor of her, and she's gonna get it done.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't get these guys, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, we needed to get this guys first. So,
Okay.
Well,
Wolf is still with us?
So remember, Sarah was
So-
like, okay, my name is Wolf, and his name is Wolf Jr., and she pets Pietro's house.
Okay, Wolf and Wolf Jr.
You actually get it. You actually can see Pietro roll his eyes. It's a feat for the dog, but he manages it.
Oh, goodness.
What about Kali? Do you,
I have
And I was gonna press the
no
digitation
idea.
for skin color.
But we were gonna use the hat originally.
yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't we? Yeah.
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 Noemi's still with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, she hasn't left yet. You guys still have Noemi, so it's not something you have to worry about quite yet.
Not right at this moment.
I
Yeah.
feel like Kali's a small enough name that people would not necessarily recognize that this was this person from 100 years ago.
Or just another
Yeah,
person
I
named
don't-
Callie. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's really going to be quite a big of a deal. You guys probably can keep your
You know,
names.
like-
That's not yet.
or she fight like Caligor or something like that.
No.
Yeah.
Caligor.
Yeah, just be the
Caliander.
half-orc.
Okay, so Callie's wearing the hat of disguise and looks like a half orc.
Yes.
Cool. And Sarabi, what is Sarabi doing again? I know she's putting her wolf pelt on, but like, what else?
Her wolf
And
mask
the-
that from the festival.
Right. Okay.
Probably
Is
that's it.
that- Is that it?
She never was as popular as.
Oh
Callie,
yeah,
so-
wait. Yeah, we were discussing using a disguise kit to like.
Right. To change some of her features.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
be honest, we only wanted to do that to give her a makeup. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
Go ahead and roll. Oh, oof, what would be a good disguise kit? I think it's charisma. Go ahead and roll a charisma check, Rose, because you're applying it to her.
Yeah.
And we'll see. That's kind of what the check will be for it.
All right.
That was aggressive. Sounded
That's a 9.
9.
super
Ugh.
aggressive.
Is that with your bonuses or just a 9?
Well, I don't have a bonus to charisma, so.
Neat. So just a 9. Okay. All right.
okay, I
Well,
have
you-
the perfect picture for this. There we go.
Oh wait. It's it's my proficiency. I forgot my proficiency. That's what I forgot.
You do get your proficiency bonus.
Yeah. So 9 plus 3. That's still 12.
12. Okay.
Better than a
That is
9.
better. That is better than a 9.
Yes.
All right. So with a 12, okay, yeah. So you put the prosthetics on. You kind of give her a mold. You kind of like, do her makeup a little bit. The problem is the makeup kit you have is not designed for someone's Sarabi skin tone, so it's really hard to kind of get it all to look right. So she looks a little, like a teenager maybe putting on makeup kind of thing. Like it's like real big, like a colorful eyes, and so you're not sure how much you disguised her so much as made her very apparent. But she doesn't look like Sarabi, so it did work.
It's something.
Yeah. So you may or may not be mistaken for some other kind of person, but your dress is still okay. So I mean, just don't go around, stripping or anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys are both disguised. You head into town.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Shit. I have to walk away for
That's
a few
okay.
minutes. I'll be back.
Right. All right, we'll pause there. So what did you guys all want to do? We'll just talk about what did we want to do while we are
Well, I
while you
want
guys are in town.
I want Arianti to make a performance to make some extra money. And she's
Okay.
probably going to take Sarabi to go with her to go shopping for some fabric so she can choose which kind she wants.
Okay.
We gotta see if the old business are still around.
Rose would like to go ask about rumors about her hometown.
All right, which was your hometown again?
Didn't I write it down?
Probably. Did I remember? Probably not. Actually,
Vine
I
Shade.
might have it in my. It's Win. It's
Vine
what?
Shade in
Vine
Tathir.
Shade. Okay, hold on. I do have your background written, so hold on. I gotta make sure I got that all written incorrectly. Rose, perfect. How about a brewery? No, I just wrote the name of your brewery down because why would I put down where it is?
Yeah, we decided that. Well, at least I decided it was it in Vine Shade in Tathir,
Vine
Which
Shade
is-
into here. Okay,
which
hold
is somewhat south of what the map that has.
on. Okay. All right. Chill. We're in Vine. All right, hold on. Let me write it down. All right, before I forget, because I will, and I'm bad at that. All right. So the High Bottle Brewery is in. One more time, Vine
Shade.
Shade. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. Okay. So yes, you can ask about Vine Shade. And what else did anybody else want to do while they were in town?
Maybe just that we need to know if the old places that they used to visit are still there, especially the places where they used to buy things.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to kind of look to see if like the general stores or the adventuring stores are still there.
Yeah, check the place where there used to be a market, so
Yeah.
we know where to go.
Okay. Anybody else? You will get a chance to come back into town if you guys think of anything. I'm assuming you guys are kind of gonna move through town a little bit quickly. You're not gonna like stay really long because you want it to get because your disguises only last for like at least collies only last for an hour. So
Yeah.
you guys only have about an hour to kind of wander around town before I'm assuming you would want to head to where your camp is to be.
Yeah, it's
Don't-
a really short stop because being like 2 hours away from home, both Kali and Sarabi only want to move on.
Okay.
Don't
And probably Arianti will skip the performance and just go shopping for the fabric with Sarabi real quick.
Okay. What's up, Santa?
There's time.
You don't need rations, right? Because I have 4.
Yeah, no. Right now, you guys won't need rations by the time you get to their camp or where their camp should be, but because it's only like 2 hours away, so you guys will get there probably right around dusk. So you have enough. If something goes wrong, you can always walk back to town and buy them. But you also have the spell Goodberry, so you're
Yeah,
probably
fair.
fine.
Yeah,
It is good to be the druid. Plus, you guys can always hunt. There has been less animal activity, but you guys are proficient hunters, so I mean, it's something that you could definitely try to do. Yeah. It's not like the food here or the plant life is poisonous or anything. So if you find like, oh, this is a blackberry bush, you could definitely probably eat them. It's not like everything's poisoned.
Yep, and I think Vero knows how to differentiate between. How was the other one called?
What, nightshade berries or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely know the difference between blueberries and nightshade berries. I promise you. Yeah, you guys. I probably wouldn't make Sarabi or Vero roll to see whether something was edible. They would probably just know. At least for where you guys are right now. If you guys start like wandering somewhere foreign that neither of you have been traveling in, like in a desert or something, we might be having a different discussion.
Oh, not a desert. God.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, desert. I did later, but I was thinking of giving Vero maybe a handicap.
Oh, in the desert? Interesting.
Yep.
Because it's really hot. All right.
Yeah.
We could see that. I might not say in the desert. You might actually be probably good in the desert because you can cool yourself off. But trying to pull moisture out of the air could be difficult for Vera. So Vera might end up like carrying an extra water skin or two, to make sure you have spell components. But the issue I think would start arising is if you guys going somewhere like a volcano. Something like that, Vera might start running into some issues with. Yeah. Or like the plane of elemental fire, probably Vera would not be too happy with.
I don't think so either.
Although most people don't like the plane of elemental fire, so you know.
Yeah, it's just gonna be worse for him.
A couple levels of hell are also fiery, so those you'd probably have issues with. But since they're hellfire, not real fire, you could probably get away with it.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, cool. We were just talking about what people wanted to do in town. Was there anything Kali wanted to do in town?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're going to look for. Did anyone say we're going to try to look for potions, right? Because we need to stock back up again.
Yeah. You guys also have the since you're only 2 hours away from your campsite, you can always come back to Esmeralda,
True.
Whenever
Yeah.
you want. It's not that far.
Mhm.
And your guys' disguise your disguise
Only an hour.
only lasts for an hour. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I know. So let's see. So Arianti wants to look for cloth. Poison wants to see if she can find where the original market is. Kali wants to look for potions. And then Rose wants to see if she can find out information about Vine Jade.
Oh,
Okay.
and
Just
either.
like rumors about her hometown, seeing what the situation is over there.
Yeah.
And either during this visit or another time we visit, we need to see about those bounties about the coven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if
so you
anyone
guys
else
also-
has any more information about it. But yeah.
Yeah, so you guys also probably are going to want to look to see if you can find where your guild, if there's like a guild check-in in this town or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there probably should be a guild posting somewhere, but you'll have to look.
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first, you guys are gonna you're gonna head to the market because that's probably where you'll find a lot of what you need. So Poisoned and Pietro begin sort of leading you through the town where they know the market should be. And you do manage to find it. You guys get a little sort of mixed up because the streets are bigger and there are not as many of them towards the middle of town. It looks like a lot of the older buildings were knocked down or rebuilt larger, so the streets are wider. But when you get towards the market, it is very much an open market style sort of setup. There are shops and towns and things like that, but this is sort of the first place you've seen that's very much reminiscent to how you guys sort of operated. It's very barter trade open market because pretty much everyone here is a logger of some kind. So like a lot of people have almost tabs with their company. So like, oh, I'm from so-and-so's company, and they're like, okay, yeah, and they just like make notes of it, and then the companies themselves pay the merchants. So it's very almost barter-esque. But yeah, but it is very open. So you've got like food carts and things like that, and you can find merchants just like selling, hawking clothes. But if you wanted to look for something like fabrics, it would probably be in a store. But yeah.
No,
and what?
no guild signs anywhere, right? Because
No guild signs in the market. No, not that you can see. Actually, make me a perception check. Why should I assume that you can't see them? Make a perception check. Yeah.
no, I don't see my own feet. Come with this mask, I can see anything.
Yeah, no, not that you can see there. I mean, you smell a lot of. You guys get there probably halfway between the lunch rush and the dinner rush. Like what you guys would assume would be lunch and dinner. You guys are kind of like, nah. You guys are closer to dinner than you are to lunch. So there's a lot of people who are coming out for lunch. There's a lot of the food smells and there's a lot of it's a big crowd as people are kind of going to carts to get like prepared meals before they like head off to wherever they're supposed to be going. But yeah.
Okay, so we are all there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have Sarabi check every place around and make a mental map of the place.
Okay.
In case
Arianti's gonna follow Sarabi, so if they come across the fabric, she's gonna start try asking her, like, "Hey, Sarah, Wolf, what kind of fabric did you want for that? Is it like a handkerchief thing? I'm guessing.
It's like an armband, I think. Is what you
Armband.
wanted.
I don't know anything I can wear. You're the
yeah.
expert there. You.
As you start to wander by, you do definitely find a tailor. And so they do sell spools of clothing, so spools of cloth. So if you want to go in, you could probably find some. A lot of it's wool. Seems like wool is kind of a thing that a lot of people use up here. Again, it's edging closer towards winter, so makes sense. You do find some cottons and things like that. Most of the wool here and things like that appear to be hand woven still. You're not getting a lot of manufactured goods. At least where you guys are, except like all of the machinery. Like the buildings look manufactured. All of like the machinery you've seen, anything that's like for the logging and stuff like that, appear to be manufactured. But a lot of the simpler items, things like lanterns, they're using oil lanterns and stuff like that. All of those appear to be sort of more handcrafted stuff.
Did we
It's like
actually see any kind of what's the English word? The animals that you raised yourself.
Husbandry?
Yeah, something like that.
Almost like a pet store.
No,
Or like a farm.
Yeah, farms and stuff like that. But you have the sheeps. Sheeps is the animal.
Yes. You could probably more towards the southern part of town as you get closer to the path, the roadway, and out of the forest more, and you get to more of the flatlands. You would probably find lots of sheep. It's something you guys are familiar with, and goats. A bizarre amount of goats. Yeah. So sheep and goats are something you guys are both very familiar with. A lot of your clothes, probably prior to moving away, were wool based or fur, some kind of animal fur based, alpacas, stuff like that. It made it very uncomfortable in the summers because it gets kind of sweltering out in the forest in the summers, but near the lake it's actually very cool, so it's kind of like Tahoe-esque. So it's like cooler during the summers. Yeah,
it's a good thing because that means it's something they make here with the things that live here, so it's something symbolic from the place they were born.
Yep.
Unlike seals and that stuff. So that would be a good material, I think.
Yeah, so you can definitely find cloth spun with wool. So it's very, very much have been it's a weave. So it's woven fabric. So it's a little more complicated for you to work with something like that, Ariane, but it's not out of your wheelhouse. You would know how to do it.
Okay, so how much does it cost for me to buy the material?
The material, probably like a gold piece total, because you don't need very much fabric for this. You need like enough to make a dog handkerchief and enough for Sarabi's arm. Really not a lot. You could probably even buy some yellow yarn if you wanted to like try your hand at like weaving the yarn make the pattern. If you wanted to, you could probably do that too, and just pick it up for a gold piece. It's just not that expensive.
Okay, a gold piece it is.
Okay. So while they're kind of mapping the town and Ariente is buying fabric, Callie, what were you just kind of still going to wander around, or is there any place in particular you wanted to look for the potions?
I kind of feel offended that Ariente didn't haggle for the stuff.
Well, if you're there, you can haggle for her. I mean, like...
I think I probably will get -1. That.
You could try. If you want to, you could try to haggle. It would be a persuasion check.
So they offers like 1 gold piece. Oh,
yeah,
1 gold
that's
piece?
what he says. He told you, you put the stuff on the counter. He's like, it'll cost you a gold piece. And then if Sarabi would like to haggle, she may.
Go ahead, Sarabi.
Sarabi was just going to hold the child under her arms and look at this face. Can you make an offer for this face?
All right, I'll say you have advantage on the persuasion check because you're like scooching your cheeks like she's real cute. But go ahead. You have advantage on your persuasion check.
The power of the child compels you.
-1.
Bummer.
Woo!
Nice.
You should have done this, kid.
The guy that you walk up to who's operating the cash register, which by the way is sort of it's a machinery, so it's one of those old school where you push the numbers in and that drawer pops out kind of cash register, which is interesting because like the machinery here is modern, but a lot of the other stuff really isn't. So cash register drawer pops out, that whole thing. He looks at you over his counter and looks down at you, looks down at the kid, then looks up at you and kind of snorts but doesn't say anything. Like he's not upset you tried to haggle him because the child is cute, but it did not work.
Okay, whatever. Have you gold? Your gold, and she's just
Yeah, Ariante's not going to try because she doesn't think 1 gold is that much, and she doesn't mind spending that for Sarabi. He's like, it's okay, Sarab. Wolf.
I love it.
Someone
I love
can
that
tell,
Elliot can't remember the name.
someone can tell Sarabi that something is only 1 copper piece, and she would still try to haggle it for less.
Yep.
Oh, for sure. Someone could tell
Sarabi
Sarabi,
pays for you, by the way.
and she'd still try to get more of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Kali wanted to look for health potions, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
What?
I have a relation. I need leather. I need leather to make a little vest for Nelly.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, you want to make a vest for
We
Nelly?
can do it later. We can do it later. Go, Kali, go.
Let's say you could
Yeah,
also
okay.
hunt for it too, since we kind of grew up doing that shit.
Yeah,
You should
you
know
could
how
also,
to tan leather.
yeah, you would. Yeah, either you could do it yourself, or you would have to go find a tanner, essentially. Which is not hard to find. You just kind of follow your nose to the stinkiest, smelliest part of town, and there's the tanner.
But Sarabi has leather working, so she can do it herself.
But so yeah, you know, she knows
She
leather
would, yeah.
working. She just know how to do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
She
absolutely.
did it at home.
So yeah, so Callie, for something like what you're after, it would definitely be more in the adventuring guilds because
That's what I
again,
figured.
everyday stuff is not potions. People don't really need potions. So yeah, so you would be looking for sort of those kind of standard dive bars that you would associate with adventurers.
Standard dive bars. Ah.
Yeah, so you guys kind of start heading in Rose, did you want to head with Kali to look for that, or
I mean, I was gonna ask the townspeople if they had heard any rumors, since this is a trade route.
yeah, so what I'm not sure if you're just going to grab some random woman on the street and ask her, like, who did you want to ask this information of? Did you want to find, like, a barkeep? Someone who might be more familiar with your company's product?
Yeah, now that you're saying that, yeah, I think she would follow Kali just so that, just to find a barkeep. Even if the barkeep, for some reason, I don't know how, they would not know about the high bottled bottling company.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They would definitely know of the winery.
They would know the winery, but also like bartenders tend to have tend to be the center of rumor mills anyway. So she could ask him in general, hey, so what did you hear? What have you heard about Vine Shade? Have you heard about anything happening with the high bottle company? That sort of thing.
Okay. You guys head sort of northwest-ish. So you stay closer to along the forest edge, like from the market, which is more closer to the docks area, because that's where a lot of people's. What is happening? I changed. Oh, fantastic.
An introverted bartender having all of these adventurers annoy you daily.
So you guys kind of stay more along like the wooded area and less away from the docks. And yeah, and eventually you guys do find what you're kind of looking for. It actually comes off as a joke when you do find the inn. It's called the Witch in the Cauldron. It seems to be the only area in this kind of area that you think might be adventure guild like. As you start to get more north, because you really haven't come across too many like inns per se. A lot of like boarding houses for workers, but not a lot of like traveler inns. At least not more towards the seedier part of town, which is kind of where you headed to find the adventurer guilds. But yeah, so you do find find the Witch in the Cauldron. It's not a real nice inn. It's a little sort of like down in the dumps. It looks like it doesn't get a lot of traffic. But you do see in one of the dirty windows, the Winter's Eye symbol is in the window. Yeah. So you can head in, and it's a single-story building. It's got low ceilings because it's clearly designed for halflings. It's clearly a halfling sort of maintained dwelling. So Rose, totally fine. Everything's good for you. Kali is kind of short. You were ducking. You kind of, instead of just ducking through the doorway, you were staying ducked down. Yeah, you're not gonna like hit your head if you stand all the way up, but the beams, the exposed beams in the ceilings, for sure would clock you. So you have to like duck underneath that.
Careful with the hat.
Yeah.
Fucking
But yeah,
Gandalf
so-
inside fucking Shire.
Yeah. So you have there is a female halfling standing at the bar. She's kind of like polishing some glasses. She's like cleaning glasses, but the rag is so dirty you don't think it's doing anything.
Ew.
It's
like-
probably like a nervous tick or something.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
maybe 5 people like in the bar just hanging out. Yeah. Most of them have that adventurer look, though. Almost all of them are armed and carrying and wearing armor or something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Wow, this is the first place we fit in since we went to the guilds over in Phelan.
Yep.
Just kind of mumbling it to Kali while she watches Kali kind of duck in.
Callie's like, well, I don't know about fit, but yeah.
So Rose goes straight to the bartender and like, this is the first time in a while that she doesn't have to actually like get up on a stool first in order to talk to the barkeep, and it makes her feel a little better about herself.
So
Hi.
she kind of looks you up and down. Yes.
I am looking for some information.
All right. What do you want?
Well, first off, my friend here is looking for your adventurer shop or just a place that sells potions.
She kind of gives you both this look like, we don't got no potions here. You want potions, you head towards the coast. You gotta deal with them frou-frou wizards that way.
Cool.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Kali, that's unusual.
Yeah.
They normally had magic users here. There's no magic users. From what she's told you, there aren't magic users in the town. So, like, no spell component shops, no nothing. That's totally different than what you're used to here.
And she said she didn't say exactly where on the coast, just the coast. Okay.
Just head towards the coast, yeah.
I was about to say, because if you keep our Katla the same, they were kind of scarce on potions when she was alive. They were kind of iffy on magic.
Yeah, Arcata was iffy on magic, and so and Esmalt was pretty much chill with it because it was kind of like a resort town.
Mm-hmm.
So you had a lot of the frou-frou types lived up in the resort town, which is not the case anymore. It is not clearly a place people go to hang out for funsies. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I also wanted to ask, you hear, I wanted to ask about a town, Vineshade?
Yeah, it's south of us. Head down the road.
Have you heard anything about what might be happening there, or?
Business as usual. We get shipments up. I don't. She says we get shipments up, and a couple of the people chuckle. Like, ain't nobody bringing you shipments from Vine. From Vine. And she glares. Yeah.
Rose sees this and does her best to keep her face straight because she knows for sure that that's the case.
Yeah. So a couple people in the bar chuckle. She glares at the one who chuckled the loudest, and he kind of grumbles back into his stew. But yeah, business as usual, as far as I know.
Okay. Also, do you have an adventuring board? My friends and I are here to. We heard about you guys having some troubles, and I wanted to know if you guys had
She
like a
snorts.
posting.
She snorts when you say troubles. Like, of course we're having troubles. Where the f do you think we are? Like you guys pretty much wandered into the slums and then asked if you guys were having problems.
Fair enough.
Um, uh, she kind of squints and thinks about it. Yeah, round back, board's out there. Like, she kind of vaguely knows where it is, despite the fact that from what you've gathered, she's supposed to maintain it.
Thank you very much, Miss.
Elin.
Thank you very much, Miss Elin. We'll see you around. And she just helps Kali get out of the inn before she hurts herself.
While Kali kind of jumps out of it, you just hear a vague voice, like she's kind of muttering to herself, but you still hear her. She's like, not likely. As you guys kind of like shove each other out the door.
What was the name of the inn again?
The Witch and the Cauldron.
Thank you.
We know where to come back now.
Yeah.
We are going to annoy her.
Purposely come back.
Yeah, I finally found an inn generator. I'm so happy. I love it. It's my favorite thing. It's like I can give it like details and it'll tell me what's in there and what isn't. It's awesome.
That's
It's
awesome.
amazing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
I find it funny that Poison was joking about an introverted barkeep, but we actually met an introverted barkeep.
I shit you not. It says she's grumpy and doesn't want to talk to people. Like that's what it says. It literally I generated. And it says she's grumpy and doesn't like to talk to people, and I'm like, well, that'll work.
Feels like home. No, seriously, this feels like a factory industrial city barkeeper, so it's perfect.
Okay, so the board is on the back, but very likely it hasn't been updated in quite a long time.
No. This is the only one that you found. There might be other bars in other locations that might be more guild-like, but this is so far the only one you've come across. You could probably spend some more time looking, but it would take a little while for you to kind of like stroll around and figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, Rose just goes to see the board at the back of the inn to pick up the one for defeating all the hags.
Yeah, so you look around back to see if you can find that signposting. There is some. You've got a handful of other kinds of like missing persons, essentially. But most of them look old, worn, but they're still up there. Like no one's collected them. You do see one for the hags. It's a new one. Looks like she probably posted it maybe a month ago. That talks about get rid of the hag coven, and someone has written on that one, you can't get rid of them. You might as well move. Like someone took it down. Like you can see where there's a tear mark, and then it's been stabbed back up onto the board. Like someone returned it.
Rose will still take it.
Okay. But yeah, so there's lots of missing persons report. Like as you're looking, they sort of span back a while. They all appear to be younger girls, like children. Probably little girls. It looks like appears to be the kind of majority of the missing persons reports.
Oh,
I don't like where this is going.
I don't like where this is going either.
And you won't leave then.
She looks at the missing persons stuff, and I think Kali might have told everybody about what was her name? I wrote it down somewhere.
Erin?
What Erin said about how the hag was a young one.
Yeah.
She just kind of winces and then goes back to Kali and holds the job posting out to her. I think there's a lot of missing persons listings there. I think they're related. As she hands over the job posting.
Yeah? How so?
Well, most of them are missing girls. Young girls.
Can
So, I'm
young
kind of
girls
thinking
be
that...
turned into hags?
I don't know for sure. Is there, like, a role that I can... I don't think that Rose knows for sure about hags, but we could ask somebody who might know.
Yeah, hags are not like holy or unholy. They're not like an unholy being. They're not like undead or anything. So you wouldn't just innately know about them from experience. It's not something either of you have really come across very often.
Yeah.
Because again, you guys don't spend a lot of your time in like dead forests. Off the top of my head, it'd probably just be a straight in check. Like maybe you're trying to like remember if you once read about them. You don't have any kind of straight knowledge for it.
Alright, I could do that.
Yeah.
That's a 7, so no.
7. I mean, yeah, you saw one. They're green and ugly, and they yell a lot.
Do you think that maybe we could ask Vero if he knows anything about that?
I mean, that'd be the best person to ask.
Yeah.
You know, everyone we know.
What
anyway.
you do kind of recall is that the one hag that you did fight spoke in Sylvan
It was Faye.
because they're Fae.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you would want to talk to somebody who knows a lot about Fae. They would probably have a better guess about hags.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Have fun finding Faye.
Or someone who studied them. I mean,
Yeah.
elves generally kind of who are very well read probably would know about the
Vero.
creatures of.
So Vero, let's ask Vero when we're out of town. She doesn't mention that because we need to ask Vero when we're out of town because the disguise is going to run out at any moment. So she's just is like,
Yeah.
and then I guess heads off with Kali wherever.
I would have her go around and see if they can find a better bar, but we lack time.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
for Kali, you like
Yeah. I mean, yeah, those of you not disguised could probably hang out for a while if you wanted to, if that was what you were interested in doing.
The thing is, like,
probably go to
part of-
visit the village first.
Hmm?
Probably visit your hometown first, then come back.
Yeah, we can always come back. And part of Callie really doesn't care about the disguise, truthfully. She's kind of like, I'm doing it because you guys told me to do it. I really don't give a shit. Yeah.
But what if we walk into somebody that used to know us?
It's none of their fucking business.
Maybe somebody we owe money to.
Callie doesn't owe money to anyone. It's you. If you
The twins may owe a lot of money here.
She also doesn't control them, so.
But Wolf has no debt.
Have they met anyone they recognize yet?
No. I mean, again, most of the people that used to live here don't anymore. It's not like a resort town anymore. It's very much a logging. So, like, the people who would have lived here before do no longer are advertising to the same, like,
Crowd.
Clientele.
yes, clientele. Thank you. My brain stopped working. But yeah, so far, no, you have not run into anyone that you like straight up. You're like, who's like, oh, I remember you. Yeah, you have not run into anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if Marianty went off on her own if she would get kidnapped.
It is something to think about. But yeah, so the lot of you start heading back. So Noemi was probably hanging out in the market with you guys. When Callie kind of peeled off, she probably wandered off with you guys, but like in your general direction. She does not like reappear right away. Like you guys all kind of meet back up in the market, and she's not there. You guys are like waiting around for her to show up before you leave. 20 minutes probably goes by, and you're starting to like get pushed that like it would be really bad if I suddenly became a human in the middle of the quad kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then Noemi reappears, and she kind of looks like not lost, but introspective. She's thinking about something, but she's reappeared. So you guys can leave if you would like to.
She's thinking about leaving. He's probably what's happening.
Usually the easy solution is the right one.
But yeah, so I take it you guys are now heading to your base,
Yeah.
or where you guys
were
kind of
we
grew up. Okay.
gonna do the? I asked last time if it was possible for Rose to send message to Sane. Should I?
Oh,
Yeah, did you want to do this? Now would be the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I need to give like a synopsis, or we just say that she did, or what?
I think you did that last time you guys slept. That was what you
Okay.
kind of did. Is you kind of gave a synopsis. Of
I didn't
who
know
they
if you
were.
wanted me as a
Auntie,
player.
I'm not there.
I didn't know if you
Hello,
wanted me. I didn't know if you wanted me as a player to say anything.
You
now,
can if you want
or-
to. Yeah, we can say while you guys are walking, that like for the first maybe 20 minutes, this is what you do: is you kind of give her a synopsis, so that way everybody now is on the same page. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you say anything to Arianti about going alone? Because she should have disappeared.
Did you mention to Arianti at all about the missing young
Oh,
girls?
we probably told all of them that. I don't know why we
Yeah.
wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay, all right. But yeah, so go ahead, Sol, and give us kind of a brief description of your Auntie Sane.
Give me a second. Sorry.
Okay. What, pulling up the cheat sheet you made for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I love that thing. That's great. I also have it open.
I
Doesn't
changed.
she
I
have,
added
like,
a few words in there
sketches?
yesterday, but they're nothing major. It was just me
Yeah,
looking
that's
through
fine.
it and being like, "Oh, that's something I kind of word out. Be picky."
But doesn't she
Oh no,
have,
don't
like,
worry. I've
sketches
had it
on her
open all day.
diary?
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
If she doesn't have like a sketches of her diary.
Yeah, I have
Does
a
she
sketch
do-
of what she looks like. I have multiple.
Yeah.
And she would have redrawn again to try to get. But but Rose needs to also know her personality for it to work, not just her appearance.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
a psychic thing.
Yeah, she needs to know the person to be able to do it. So Kali is kind of doing. You have to know the person, and so Kali is describing the person. So to give a Rose a shot at trying to do the spell.
And so I was like, see this scar? She gave me this scar. See this scar? She gave me this scar too.
What I'm getting is that she's very tough so far.
Yeah, she's always eager for a fight or like a competition, but it's usually friendly. And what? Hang on, what?
Yeah, I deserve those scars.
Hang on.
She gave you that scar? How did she do that?
Well,
Yes.
she lifted me up over her head, and then she threw me against a bunch of bushes. But under the bushes, there were like a pit. There was like a pit, and then I fell through it, and I keep rolling and rolling. And then it took them like 6 hours to find me.
Pietro is giving
inside check.
Pietro is giving Sarabi this look like bullshit.
Okay, fine, I fell, but she did trip me.
Alright, she's short, because, you know, halfling, but very, very buff. She's a cleric of Bahamut, and swears she's not afraid of anything. And she also claims her height is a perfect for groin shots against all of the races.
She's not wrong there.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. She was never afraid to give tough love, and to tell us to stop being stupid, very bluntly. And she also very much enjoys wrestling matches. We have our own little competition going on. She beat me though. She's ahead of me by like 2. That's how strong she is, just so you know. She's ahead of me by 2.
Yes, she did push up with the 3 of us on her back.
She's very loud. She's aggressive, and she's very passionate about everything she does. Like, she'll even be passionate about, like, putting boots on. It's ridiculous. But she's generally a happy
Sounds like
person. What else? She's typical reckless halfling. She tends to, hang on, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I just went blank on what I was just trying to fucking say. As a player, I just went completely blank.
It's chill. My brain does that too.
I think that's a universal constant.
She's really quick to act on her ideas. Dad often had to grab her by the back of her armor and tell her no when they're about to run off to do something. Yes. And
Rose kind of looks over at Sarabi and then goes back to paying attention to Kali.
But she's very stubborn in her beliefs. Like, very, very stubborn.
Also turns over to, goes and looks over at Sarabi, who looks back at Kali.
Like, huh. You can see where it comes from.
Yes.
She's blonde, but don't make blonde jokes, because she's real big.
Yeah. You say something rude to her, she will punch you in the face, and then heal you afterwards. If you're, not an evil person. But, still. And she's very big on, like, honor and fairness, so she'll never do anything to backstab somebody. Or if she's, for instance, in a brawl with someone, she'll try to make it even. Like, even, fight.
Mm-hmm.
And things like that. And yeah, impatient. Trying to think of what else. Oh, I told, Noemi of the story of her and my dad using their, strength to, Uncle Drago ran down a hallway that was full of gnolls, and he got their attention, and they yanked him back out. And she then called that move, fishing with Dragar. Because you just drop your teammate down there on a rope and you pull him back up. But yeah. And it brings all the enemies after them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might be enough.
Okay. Yeah. So
I'm gonna try to send message.
Just
one
nice
more thing too, just because it's on my notes. She used to always forget the keys to her fucking cabin, so she would kick the door down. She probably still does it.
All right.
Just look for the broken door.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
So you're going to attempt to send to cast sending.
Yes. So to cast sending in this case, I'm gonna make you make essentially an Arcana roll. It's not Arcana, but it would be your magic using roll. So it's like you're making an attack.
Okay, so
with a spell.
Yeah. So like wisdom, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's whatever your spell bonus is. Like yeah, your spell attack bonus. So it's like wisdom plus your modifier or your proficiency bonus.
Okay. 18 plus 6, so
solid. Yeah. Okay. You focus on in your mind with the picture of who she is. You kind of start to form how this kind of person exists, who she is. You make her real in your mind's eye, like she's a real person, and you give her a face and you make her talk and she says things, and you see this, hands on hips kind of brash character come to life in your mind. And what do you say to her?
Kali and Sarabi are coming home.
Oh my god. Don't forget Pietro.
And just, I think Callie would have,
wait, Kali, Sarabi, and Pietro are coming home.
And Callie would have probably told her to tell Shane for as proof, says Callie says she's gonna make the score even.
Kali says she's going to make the score even. So, the full message, oh wait, it's only 25 words. Shit.
Yep.
Kali. Okay, hold on. I gotta type this out now.
Yeah, you may have to type it out. Yep. Sorry, it's only 25 words.
Callie and the twins.
I was gonna. By the way,
Callie and the twins. Yeah, it's quicker.
Yeah, I was gonna just let you say what it is and count your words while you say it and figure out where your message stopped.
It's less than 20.
Callie and Pietro.
Just say the twins. Callie and the twins.
That's what they
Kali
were
and
called.
twins, maybe.
Yeah.
Coming home with friends. Kali.
Please don't shoot us in the face.
That would be nice.
What was what Kali wanted to send?
Kali said she's ready to even the score. If there's enough room. Yeah. I'm sure they all wrote down what they were going to say before that.
Yeah. Oh, you guys had time to figure out what you wanted to do the spell for, so yeah. See, this could totally be a
Okay.
team effort.
1,
Please
2,
don't shoot
3,
us.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
It's only
14,
19.
15, 16. Yeah, 19! Yay!
Okay. Yeah. Did you want to add anything more? You could get 4 more words in there if you wanted to, or 6 more. Excuse me.
You
6
say
more.
hello. I mean, gosh.
True.
Or thank
I was
you.
like,
Hi, I'm Rose.
yeah.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Rose. Okay, so here.
All right. Perfect. All
There
right.
you go.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. You can definitely get that message in. So you say. I think you have to. I think you can think the spell because it's all psychic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think the spell, you think those words in your head, and you feel the magic go. It doesn't. You don't hear anything back right away. Sometimes it can be a delay depending on whether the person was expecting it or anything like that. And then you hear back. Who are you?
Well, she said Rose.
Oh, there.
Correction. Where are you?
Oh, she's asking us where we are. So I only have one more 3rd level spell slot, but I don't think we're going to run into anything. So she uses her 2nd 3rd level spell slot. Guys, can you give me a better Kali, how good is Sane at knowing where people are depending on I don't know what I'm trying.
She's been living in this area for a very long time.
Tell her
What, like 120 years now, or 20? No,
Yeah,
120.
if she's still living here. Yeah, if she's still
50.
living here, she's been here for
If she's still living here.
150 years or something.
Yeah.
She might not be in that town right now. She might be somewhere else.
Okay, so Rose just sends just outside of Esmeraltan.
In Snakewoods.
Yeah, in Snakewoods. Yeah, there's
We'll
plenty
be
of words for
there,
that.
like,
Esmeraltan. It says Esmeltaron.
Esmeltaron. However you actually say
You
the
guys
word.
have been saying Esmeralt. Esmeltaron.
So weird.
Sorry, I'm thinking about what she's going to respond. Again, there's a really long pause before she replies.
It's okay, counting words is important.
I'm tearing up. Damn
She's gonna
it!
be like,
I don't
I'm
even know
in.
this character.
Be swift. I'll be home for you when you get here.
She relays that message.
Okay.
Move, people, move!
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys continue your walking. You don't kind of get any other message from her or anything like that. She does not try to magically reply to you.
Mhm.
It's
Or
not
send her
working.
own
It's
message.
power walking.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. So as you guys continue, you power walk essentially to the town, to your little camp. And
It's not real. Was there any English? A path, or just
there is, as you start to kind of head in, it's very overgrown, but it's still like most of the grass is tramped down. But it clearly doesn't get traveled quite as much as it used to. But yeah,
Mercy.
keep your minis where they were.
But say, yeah,
Aw.
don't run in first.
Well, Erin, she would. She'd be like, "This is where Pedro and Sarabi grew up."
It's a horse.
Yeah.
where is supposed to be the tree house?
The treehouse would be up here.
Nice.
That's
I want to
so
say that
cool,
in the
though.
road, Sarabi tried to wipe the makeup of her face with her clothes, so her clothes are full of makeup.
There's
That's
a
all.
house that's burnt down.
I had a handkerchief, you know.
What's that?
It's a
I
piece
meant
of
you
cloth.
can-
Never mind.
Okay.
And you can use prestidigitation if she wants to.
There's that.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys are walking up, are you guys being quiet? Are you kind of rushing? What are you guys doing? Are you approaching quietly? Like, what's up?
Well, Ariante's not quiet.
Okay.
Are you
guys
just slower walking?
She's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, this is Sarabi Petrol's town! I can't believe I'm actually here."
I
Fuck
think
quiet.
Rose-
I
I'm
think,
home.
yeah, let's say, I
Rose in
think
the back.
Callie and Sarabi will probably announce once they get close enough. Like, hello? Yeah.
Okay. When you announce, you get close enough, what do you say? So, like, let's say you guys are right about there and you can see that this building is pretty much abandoned. It's like it's very
I don't
much
think you're on
falling
the right
apart.
layer, by the way, because if you're clicking, we don't see any.
It's because
Yeah.
I'm in the GM overlayer. Let's try that now. This building. Can you see that one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So when I didn't realize it didn't translate between layers. That's dumb.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah. So that building is clearly very much abandoned, falling
That
apart.
was Drugger's home. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
I found your map, by the way.
So this
Yeah.
is Rubun's house,
That would have been where Callie lived.
because if the twins are here,
Yeah, the treehouse isn't right next to the.
this one is major shit that they probably used
That's
to
Robus.
Robus.
Which I'm not
So-
surprised it's torn down, seeing as he was very much against even the kids going in his fucking cabin. So.
I bet something
By
is
the way,
below them.
Surprised.
It looks burned down, by the way.
Mm. Yeah.
This one is clearly burnt to the ground.
Yeah.
It's just like ruins. This one just kind of is fallen apart with age. It looks like some of the wood has been like stripped off of it, and this cabin is bigger than it used to be. So it looks like they kind of sort of scavenged some of the wood from the other places to build the sort of the extension onto her house.
The Venas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So as you approach, what do you say? Do you what do you shout?
Give me a second.
No worries. It's a stressful time. I understand.
I'm giving Kali the chance. Otherwise, I'm
Callie?
gonna have the
Yeah. Callie probably just says, in a somewhat nervousy tone. She's like, Auntie Sane, Aunt Venna, are you here? We're back. Yeah.
Alright. You hear a hawk. You guys see the hawk dive.
Mhm.
From here, thereabouts. This is slightly too big. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me is a drawing. And then
See,
Is it
But where?
Faye? Is it Faye?
no.
Aw,
No.
boo.
It's this big. It's fascinating to you because you see it and it's not trying to hide. It swoops down right in front of all of you between trees. It like swoops right down in front of you to kind of stop you guys from walking, and then swings back up around and heads back up up a high. But it doesn't land; it keeps flying away.
Okay.
So it kind of makes a big circle around you, and the hawk is a blood red color. It's not one you're familiar with at all. Yeah.
I take it that hawks are not supposed to be that color.
There is a species of hawk. They're called blood hawks. But it is a kind of bird. It is not one they have ever seen before in association with this camp.
Here. I'm gonna move her over here, though. Or,
Okay.
I guess over here. There.
Guess it's trying to stop us
Poisoned,
from
are you
getting
wanting to
inside
move?
the village.
Closer?
yeah, Sarah just stopped walking when she looked and saw how destroyed everything is, and just shut up and keep watching the house. How everything is so destroyed. She just stood there with beat on her eyes.
So the hawk dives and
Braggers
swoops
is-
away.
Yeah.
And you hear a shout from the tree. It's a voice you recognize. Stop where you are. Who are you? It's your aunt Vienna.
Yeah.
Venya. She's up. You hear her voice. You'll have to make perception checks to see if you can see her because you don't. You just hear stop. Who are you?
Is that the halfling aunt?
No.
No, it's
No,
the
that's the
elven
elf.
ant who's missing an arm. But yeah.
Do you have a
Um,
picture? So
Yes, hang on. Hang on.
I have 13 for perception.
Give me a second.
Okay.
I will roll.
Oh wait, are we all rolling for perception?
If you want to see where the voice came from, yes. Because
Okay.
despite
Let
her
me-
shouting, you do not see where she is.
And then here is.
now
Okay, cool. I can see into the farthest reaches of the
I got
universe.
14.
I got a nat 20.
Okay. Alright.
Sarah doesn't even try. She's just in shock.
So, those of you who saw into the farthest reaches of reality,
I can see sound.
you can see her up in this tree. She's up in this tree. She's wearing some kind of thick mottled cloak. It's like a brackish, greenish, brownish color, and it's unless you saw the glitter of the arrow pointed at you, you wouldn't have spotted her.
Yeah.
She's very well hidden in the tree, but you see 2 arrows knocked at the same time, and she's pointing them at the lot of you.
I was kind of concerned, like, how's she doing that? But okay. Not
Yeah,
gonna question
because it's a
it.
bow.
Pretty amazing.
Like, yeah. No. It is a bow. She's not using a crossbow.
Yeah.
How does she
You're
pull
missing
bow with
an
one
arm.
arm?
Great question.
Yeah.
She's that talented.
She's
You
really,
don't get it. This is
she's
the
strong
the-
woman.
This
Yeah.
is the future. They have machines for that. Maybe she has a prosthetic arm
She might. Yeah.
that is powered by steam.
Kylie's gonna put her arms like up, like a surrender kind of thing, you know?
Mhm.
Like I'm not hostile. And she'll just say it's Callie and Sarabi and our friends.
Petro.
Yeah.
And Pietro.
Well, she can't see Pedro. He's a wolf. Just gonna go with the people she can see right now.
Yeah, but he's valid still.
And Pedro. Yeah, fine.
She shouts back, "They're dead. I don't know what you're talking about. If you come back here again, I'll kill you."
It's like we're not though.
Well, while she's saying this, the door across the way from Sane's house bursts open. When she's shouting, she's not being particularly quiet,
Of course.
and a small and a half-elf woman comes darting out. If my computer would let me move it into the right layer. Hold on. Okay, small half-woman comes darting out of the building. She is beyond familiar. It's incredible to see her face, to see her as she comes sprinting out across, out from her house. Her horse, by the way, is saddled and looks like she's ready to leave. Like it's all packed up with stuff.
Mhm.
She comes darting out. She's in full armor, and there is a twist of blonde a twist of white in her braided hair.
Mhm.
She's got lines around her mouth, and she's older. She's
What
older
is
than
that?
you remember. No, it's Sane. It is definitely Sane.
Who's
She
Sane?
comes out,
She's
but
just
yeah,
older. That's the halfling. Sane.
that's the
Oh.
one who they messaged. She
I thought
comes
you said
charging
half
out.
elf.
Oh, sorry, no, halfling. So she comes charging out. She's in full gear, and she comes running out towards you, and she shouts, "Damn it, Vanya, stop it!" And she shouts at the other woman.
I'm being so emotional right now.
Vanya, it's them. They're alive. They can't be alive. This isn't possible. I don't care what's not possible anymore. Listen, they're alive.
Aw.
And they're clearly arguing. There's some kind of Venya does not say more, but she doesn't come out of the tree. But you do see the flicker of the bolts disappear. The arrows go away, so she's not pointing them at you. And she kind of shifts out of the tree a little bit, so you can see her a little more. But she's still fully in the cloak, and the hawk comes to land on her shoulder. But yeah, so she's still up in the tree. She's not coming down to talk to you, but your Auntie Sane does come over to see you. She takes like one look at you, and you can see her fighting off tears. And she looks at you, Kali, and
Don't worry, Callie's doing the same thing. Same expression.
she swallows, and she slowly walks closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
You idiot kids! So glad you're alive.
Since she's not looking hostile at all, Callie's just gonna grab her and hug her. Yeah.
No, so you start to bend down to hug her. She rabbit punches you in the stomach. So you
That's normal. Yep.
Yeah, so it's essentially you're like Auntie, and then she just punches your stomach, and you end up on your knees, and then she hugs you properly. None of this bending down to hug me shit.
Yeah.
But she cups your face after. Well, you're still kind of like gasping and trying not to vomit because she did hit you really hard.
Yeah. Haven't been hit
she
that
cups
hard in a
your
long
face.
time.
And she's just kind of holding your face in her hands.
Mm-hmm.
He looked for you.
Oh, her face is gonna fall.
Is this a good moment to have Sarabi snap of it and have both of them like tackle them?
Yeah, sure. You can have and you can have Sarabi kind of grab her and just you guys all end up in this big puddle. And she kind of fights off of you. While you guys are a puddle of people, you guys can see the half-elf woman is climbing down out of the tree. Or excuse me, the elven woman is climbing down out of the tree.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So Pietro like licking everybody in the face.
They're probably like, "Who's this dog?"
Yeah, she's like, get this damn wolf off me. And she's like, she finally just kind of like picks up Pietro, like literally, one hand on chest.
Recognize his smell.
Yeah, one hand on her chest, on his chest, and the other hand like on his hips, and just like benches him off of her, and like throws into the side.
Aw, poor Pedro.
Of course, she will.
Not that she identifies people by smell.
Yeah. Not an animal like you.
Then she sits up and she dusts off and she looks over at Sarabi and she's. He looked for both of you. We did for years.
I'm sorry.
I got Sarabi could be a you will feel so rejected right now.
Aw.
Yeah, let's see. If we could have came home, we would have.
She she sighs again. There's so much to tell you. I do not know where to begin. Venna, I guess I'm not leaving tonight. And she sort of, come into we'll find you beds and food and stuff. And yeah, do you guys kind of go over to Venna? She has not walked closer to you guys yet. She's still in full cloaked, hood up, yeah.
The cat's gonna look over at her, but she's unsure about approaching because she was pretty hostile.
Yeah, she doesn't have her her weapon raised anymore. It's clearly slung along her back. It is this big longbow. It's not the same longbow you've seen her carry before. It's newer, but it's also very old. Like it's clearly like she's had this one a while and she's been taking care of it. But it's seen some shit. But she's got this big bloodhawk who's just like big talons sitting on her shoulder. Yeah.
So he's gonna walk her here and take the bow and just bow to her because she was her teacher. She's the one who taught her.
Show her the bow that you kept this whole entire time.
And every time before they went to a hunt, she will always do that. She had to pay respect to the teacher, so she had to bow to her.
You watch. She doesn't move right away, and then her hand comes up and she pulls back her hood. It's normal hand. She was right-handed, but this is her left hand that kind of pulls her hood back. Her right hand stays hidden from you guys, essentially. She doesn't look any different than you guys do.
Yeah.
She looks unchanged. Maybe a couple more scars, but she doesn't look any older. The difference between her and Sane is night and day. Sane looked older. Venna doesn't.
You said she had a left hand?
Yeah, she uses her left hand to
She
pull
has
her hood
only
back.
one arm, though.
Yeah, she uses her left hand to pull her hood back. You haven't seen her right arm yet.
Oh, she's missing her left arm.
Is it?
Yes.
Did I switch the wrong arm? I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, she uses her right arm to pull the hood back.
She
You haven't
uses
seen
the arm that you know that she
Yes.
has.
Yes, you have not seen the mysterious other limb yet.
There you go.
Sorry, that's my bad. Okay, so she uses her right arm to pull the hood back, and she looks at you, Sarabi, and you look unchanged, and she looks unchanged, and then her eyes flick to the dog at your side, and she just sucks in this breath as she looks at the two of you. What happened? We looked. She's clearly not ready to let you talk yet. She's just going to interrupt you.
She's gonna flinch.
We looked. We scoured the continent for you three. And she points over at your cabin, where you and your dad lived at Ruben's cabin. She points over his cabin. He died looking for you three.
Oof.
She just... And you don't look like you've aged. How have you... It has been a long time. I don't... Come and make camp. We'll talk. And she just kind of turns away, but she doesn't... No hugs from her. And she turns away and kind of walks away. The hawk, by the way, takes off into the sky again. He sort of is circling and doing a perimeter check. But yeah, so Hawk disappears. But yeah, so she sort of turns away and sort of stomps back into camp. But yeah, so that's where you guys are at. They are both sort of walking into camp. Neither one of them knows how to start telling you what happened. You're kind of going to have to ask about what happened. But yeah, so both this cabin and this cabin are just fallen apart due to age. This one burned to the ground and they just left the ruins. And you can see stuff is like, it's been a long time that it burned a long time ago, but they never tried to like clean it up. So they just kind of slowly let nature finesse what was left of the ruins. So like there's things growing inside the ruins, but they've been there for probably 30, 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it has been a long time. All of the cabins kind of have had their nothing there is original, but they still kind of have this similar shape. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We follow!
Callie's gonna stand there for a second, because she's trying to compose herself again, because she has, I don't know, a lot of tears in her eyes, and she rubs her, after a second, she'll rub her eyes, and then kind of take a deep breath, and try to compose herself, and just follow. Yeah. Someone turn to the others and be like, sorry, that's probably awkward for you guys, and it's probably gonna be awkward for a while, but, come on.
Yeah, Rose just kind of smiles awkwardly and just, sorry, I'm trying to think about what she would say. She just kind of smiles awkwardly. You're fine. Just feel what you're feeling. That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah.
Verity's gonna see this and stay quiet. She's gonna start thinking about how her mom's gonna react, if she's gonna react the same way when she sees her, and she's kind of worried about that. So she's just gonna stay quiet and just follow.
Yeah, Rose is gonna follow, and like she has been keeping her face kind of blank, but also she was this close to crying when for all that.
Okay. Venna kind of just stomps into her house. So she kind of stomps inside, But Sane is the one who sort of stays outside. So if you guys want to talk to Sane, she's outside. Venna does not appear to be handling the situation very well, which is unusual for her, for you guys.
Yeah.
From what you know of her, this is not the greeting you expected from her. It's kind of maybe the greeting you expected from Sane. But yeah.
Sage.
Let's see if it will move to the right layer. Sorry, it just won't let me move things. Okay, there we go. She went inside. So Sane is kind of walking by, and it's almost as you guys kind of follow behind her, it's like she's seeing what's changed herself, if that makes sense. It's like she's looking around and trying to think of all of the things that have happened, about when they died, about how they died, about everything she should tell you all. And it's almost overwhelming for her. She comes over and she sort of stokes the fire a little bit, which is burned down to embers. And she just kind of sits down on the bench hard. But she sort of takes off her cloak a little bit and adjusts her armor, like she's ready to sort of sit down and chill for a while. But yeah. So if you guys kind of want to get this bench, by the way, was it's like it's sort of they were logs, but that one is kind of just given up the ghost. It's become more decayed than wood at this point.
Okay, so I guess Rose just goes to the one that's actually still around.
Arianti walks around the whole area first, just looking.
Callie just over Arianti and goes,
Arianti,
please don't
when you
leave
get
the encampment.
Arianti, when you get in front of the burned building, make me a perception check. Okay. It smells.
Oh, I didn't do it yet.
Oh, okay.
There it goes.
Oh, that's much better. Holy shit, you got an F20. Okay. This has been burned out for a very long time. There should be no smell of burnt wood. It shouldn't smell like anything. But as you walk by, the smell of brimstone is so distinct for half a second it makes your head snap around. Like you don't know where that whiff came from, but the minute you try to sniff for it, you can't smell it again. But it's stronger than your cloak. Your cloak makes that little bit of that brimstone smell. Whatever this thing is, it's much stronger. It's the odor is much more potent of that rotten smell in combination with just burning. Just like fresh ash. But yeah. Nothing else jumps out of you about this. It's got plants growing inside of it. Like, it's totally destroyed.
So it has this fresh brimstone smell, even though it burnt down like 40 years ago.
Yeah, for a second you caught like a whiff of fresh ash and brimstone, and the minute you try to sniff for it, like you're trying to follow your nose to the smell, you don't smell it anymore. It's just for half a second.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a memory almost of the smell.
A memory of the smell.
But you can continue your search around. That's just something of note.
So she's looking around, I guess. She's taking a good check of the whole place. So she's gonna go this way now. Look in. And then say hi to Horsey as she passes by. Hi, Horsey.
Yeah. Horse, by the way, it has a saddle on it and it's got packed bags. Clearly Sane was about to ride out.
And then she stops by this one.
The door is still attached to this one. It's in slightly better condition than the other dwelling. But it's just as sort of fallen apart. As you start to move towards Venna's house, in between, you can see right about there. You can kind of see between the houses. Here, there you see sort of a pile of rubble, kind of that's just chilling at the base of this old tree. It's sort of just old planks and stuff like that. They just sort of gathered around the base of the tree a little bit.
Aw, the tree house.
I don't know when to maintain it. I will have to add though, because I forgot to tell you the exact details of Ruben's cabin. On the outside of it, there's probably a bunch of, if RNT looks closely, there's a bunch of like nicks, unless they've changed the wood on it, which it doesn't seem like they have.
Probably not.
There's a bunch of on this side right here. There's a bunch of nicks, like someone took a sword and repeatedly hit the house with it. I wonder who that was. And then along all the other sides of the house, if she looks closely, especially down low, there's carvings of things like Pedro was here, and Callie's name, and there's also like carved in doodles. And they get higher and higher and higher up eventually too. But it's like little kids used to live here and used to get right on the house.
Sarabi is a butt. Pietro is here.
So
Callie
I guess Arianti kind of sees some things that show signs that this might be their home, and she asks them as she passed by, "Is this your house?"
It was mine and my dad's. Yeah.
So
That's where Sarabi and them stayed too, right?
They stayed. Sarabi and them stayed up here, and they made their own tree house.
I was asking Sarabi and Pietro.
Oh, okay.
Sarabi is just looking at the pile of rubble, and then looks at Darienti and keeps looking at the pile of rubble, trying to hold back tears. And her lip trembles. And she doesn't say anything. Either watch.
Arianti, when you stop kind of at the cabin there, it's got a little bit of a porch. Most of them don't really have a porch, but this cabin would have been one of the larger ones. This one up here, where Kali said that she lived. On the front railing of the porch, there's kind of like even nicks on one side, and then on the other side, there's also several even nicks on like back in front of it, that slowly kind of move up the railing. They're not. Yeah, they're not quite Kali's height. They're like slightly shorter than Kali and Sarabi. Like they left before they finished fully growing, and Ruben was marking their heights. You know, like you do for little kids. So they're clearly the height markers of his children. But yeah, so wooden house all broken down. This one is much more well maintained. It looks like it gets a lot of use. And it is much more well maintained. There's not nearly as many like damage to the house. This dwelling looked more like less lived in. Like Sane isn't around very much to take care of it. Yep. So that's kind of what you do when you make your sort of your full circle.
All right, and then I just go and stand by them.
Okay.
I love how Arianti took over as the scout in order for us to see everything.
Well, she wants to
So
take a look
beautiful.
at your home.
No, it's fine. It's like what a wonderful resource for the narrative. Just I'm tuning up. It's so beautiful. And then the childs have everything. Go. I'm not having Sarabi talk too much because she's shocked.
Kind of in shock. Yeah.
I think Arianti picks up on that. I think she can tell that they're a bit emotional. She pats Pietro on the head, and then walks over to Sarabi and just stands by her.
Okay. As you kind of like gather around the fireplace and she sort of stokes it back up into heat. Sane sits with a heavy kind of sigh, and when she does sit down, you guys can all kind of hear that solid thunk of you all familiar with of armor. As she sits down, and she kind of stares into the fire, and you can clearly tell she's thinking on how she wants to say this.
I'm gonna watch her, and after a minute, just kind of go, I'm sorry. We also, I guess, have a lot to tell you, too. Probably not as much as you have to tell us, but...
I,
Yeah.
kind of figured you didn't leave on purpose, so...
I would... You guys know I'd never leave on purpose.
No, I know. Dragar. He died first. probably 10, no. And she kind of rubs her face. 20 years, maybe, after you stopped. We stopped hearing from you. We heard about that you were both heading up towards the Dragon Sea, and then there was that dragon attack, and Venna she just assumed. She couldn't hold onto that hope. But I did. Ruben did. Didn't want to let you go. Robus, he thought there was a way he could find you, and he fell into his work more. When we lost you three, we lost more than we were anticipating. They didn't have... I had my faith to fall into. It was a safety mechanism for me. It was who I am. It is who I am. They didn't have that second calling. None of them did. And then we got old, and we got 3 kids, and they found that calling again. And then we lost them. 1 and then 2, and it was a stronger toll than I think they were prepared for. Venna doesn't like to think about her lifespan. She didn't want to think about growing old and how no one else would grow old with her. That was harder for her. The sudden loss. And then for her, it must only feel like a handful of years later to lose all 3 of them. Suddenly, she didn't have anyone. She couldn't be a mom. She wasn't a mom anymore. She lost that, and I think it broke her the most. Right. Dragar. He slowed down. He was getting old. You know, we all were. But he was getting older faster. He was Dragonborn. That happened. We knew it was coming, and he didn't dodge fast enough. You know how swift he was on his feet, how quick he could move. 1 minute, he was fine, and the next minute, he just didn't duck. We got him out, but I couldn't convince him it was worth coming back. So he didn't. And we took fewer jobs after that. And then Robus stopped wanting to come out with us. He stopped wanting to talk to us. He stopped wanting to eat. And one night we woke up and his place was burning. Just ablaze. We tried to put it out. I tried every spell I could think of to put it out, and it just burned. And he died in the fire. And your dad looked. He looked, and and I looked with him. And then I joined a Violet Widow. They needed members. I was free. We wanted the cause to be for good. We wanted to help people who were losing their loved ones. The world got colder. It got darker. And I'm not saying that just because I lost 3 of the brightest lights in my life. It's getting harder and harder to talk, to feel that connection between us and the divine. They're there. I know they're there. I can feel Bahamut. I've always been able to. But it gets hard. There are days when it's almost like he's a whisper and I can't pull on power. But it's not just me. I'm not losing faith. There's something wrong. And all the big wigs are trying to do stuff in the church, and I just got tired of listening to them bicker. So I set out to take care of it myself, and met more like-minded people who set out, and we banded together, and we Violet Widow wasn't my idea, but we did it, and that was that. And I guess I moved on from this group, and Venna couldn't, and Ruben didn't have anywhere to move on to. He was getting older, and we were still younger than him, and adventuring got harder, and the riding out to check the forest got longer, and writing letters got just got harder. I'm trying to have a dramatic moment.
What are you doing, guys?
And writing letters got harder. And I think I tried to call him back too, but he passed in his sleep. I think he's still looking. You know? I think that's why I couldn't try to get him back again, because it made it easier to look.
Have the queens come here and just curl up at Sane's feet.
By the time Sane finishes, sorry, Callie has her face in her hands and is very clearly upset.
Yeah, I think Rose
Leaning
also
forward.
is sniffling a bit. She doesn't know any of these people, but it's still just so. It's not only she's getting reminded of. Not only is it really sad for both Kali and Sarabi, she's just like, holy crap! What is everybody else? What about my family? How are they gonna react? And just that wave of questioning all over again.
That's exactly what Ariante's feeling really bad, because she doesn't like to see Sarabi and Pietro so sad and in pain, and at the same time she's just wondering, you guys died by adventuring. She left her mom 2 years before she even died, and now she's feeling a whole lot of guilt about that.
Holy crap, I was a ass.
That was a little brat.
She just ditched her mom like that. She's such a bad child.
Was that Callie probably started leaning forward when she talked about Dragar, and then put her face in her hands when she got to Robus. But yeah. Was very much in tears. We're trying to be quiet as she can.
It was like whimpering.
Sane kind of puts a hand on you, Callie, and a hand on Sarabi, and just kind of sits there. And we buried him. We buried all of them. Though there wasn't anything on Robus to bury. I can show you where. It's a cute little, that little glen, couple 30 minutes out. We used to, you guys would go camp out there when you wanted to be alone. It was a good place. A lot of sunlight. So I could take you if you want to say your goodbyes. Maybe it'll help. There's
Yeah.
not much to. Yeah. He left you. Kali, he left you a letter. I never opened it because he told me not to, and stubborn bastard would haunt me if I did, so I didn't.
Sounds
But I have it for you. I always carry it with me. She kind of shifts and she hands you a letter. And she hands it to you. It's thick. It's this thick envelope. It's really the parchment is old. It's yellowed and old. And it's got some kind of it's clearly been sealed in wax. It's not like a seal or anything, but like someone just kind of melted wax over it and kind of pushed it down to seal the letter. And when you take it, she puts her other hand on top of yours and the letter and says, I don't want to know what's in this. And I don't know if you should know what's in here, but it's for you. And when you're ready, open it. But yeah, I'm sorry. And she just kind of hands you the letter, but it says on it to Callie. And it's very clearly in your father's hand.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let me know when you open that. Cause yeah. Venna is still kind of in her house, but you guys can hear. You don't necessarily hear the door creak so much as you feel being watched. And you can tell that she has the door open and she's been listening. Yeah.
Harry's gonna stand and ask if they can see where their lad is.
Yeah. Come on. And she kind of gets up, kind of huffs a little bit, readjusts her cloak. And when she does, Venna comes out of the cabin. She doesn't get close to you guys. She stays kind of a little far away. But she's clearly going to go with you to the gravesite. And it doesn't. How many of you guys are going? Is everybody going? Are you staying? What's happening? How do we want to do this?
Going wherever Sarabi and Pietro go.
Harry walks to Hero, grab him by the hand, and drags him.
Alright, he's coming then.
Callie will look at the others, and after she composes herself, and sniffle and be like, "You can stay here if you want, or you can come with us. It's up to you guys."
I'm trying to just.
I will be coming, and he's gonna start walking next to Sarabi, just keeping an eye out on her.
Rose kind of really quickly rubs at her eyes so that it doesn't look like she's been crying, even though she totally has been. Yeah, I'll come with.
What about Pill?
Apes?
Fabrio?
So he unmuted himself. I saw it unmute, but I can't hear
we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you.
Have you been talking all this time and we couldn't hear you?
He
Well, he
usually
had his
doesn't
microphone
talk.
on mute.
And he had it mute.
Still
He
can't
doesn't
hear
mute.
you.
Sound?
Your voice is.
Yeah.
I mean, your
Yeah.
username is not even blinking.
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing
Yeah.
him since we started.
Maybe reset your settings?
Or
Yeah, I
come
don't
out and
know.
Back in.
That usually helps.
God damn it, Beth, my face hurts.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all.
It's okay, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to bitch.
Sado, did we manage to fit any kind of classes of lessons between Biro and Sarabi about making
I
plans?
mean, they could have. Beth?
Try.
So, what were you trying to do?
Could they have had any lessons of Vero teaching Sarabi how to talk to plants in their
Mostly
time
just
there?
make them grow, shave them,
Yeah.
like basic Druidic.
I'd say you haven't quite mastered Druid craft. Like you can't speak Druidic yet. You could probably make something bloom if it already was growing. Does that make sense? Like if it's a flower that's there and it's like still a bud, you could probably make it open up.
Okay, perfect.
But something like growing from nothing is not quite in your realm of expertise yet.
Okay, but Biro can.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Habes.
Nope.
He wrote, Pill just stays quiet near the camp. It's thinking that now is not a good time for a necromancer to stand near a grave.
Okay, Noemi actually stays with him. So Noemi is just, she just kind of has that like uncomfortable, I'm not good with this touchy-feely thing.
Yeah.
And she kind of, when Pill stays, she kind of like, oh thank God, and walks over to stay with Pill. Like, I don't want to cry with all of you looking at me.
Oh, geez, Pill, I'm just gonna stay here and watch him.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Pill, make sure he doesn't wander off. So that's kind of her prerogative. So she's staying.
Everybody talking about it during the whole time. We just had the staff in front of him in his headboat, kind of like honoring the dead, and so just respectful silence, I guess you could call it.
Yeah. As you start to walk out of the forest, and again, the forest looks familiar. It's painfully familiar, despite there being new trees, and some old trees have fallen. It's not the same, but it is
Familiar.
It's familiar. It's home. You grew up here. You played here. You probably could figure out which trees were the ones you carved on. You probably figure out which trees were the ones you fell out of. Yeah, and they lead you to the glen. And there are three stones. They have names on them, but they're not really, they're markers more than anything. But
Nothing fancy.
Nothing fancy, nothing special. They're just tall grasses.
You guys hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
There we go. Welcome back.
Fixed it. Cool.
Yeah, so it's just where they're buried. It's got their names on it. That's as you get there, the wind kind of picks up and you hear it move through the trees a little bit, and the sunlight from the fading dusk sort of filters through the leaves, and it casts everything in an orangey yellow glow. And Sane sort of sucks in this slow breath. She walks over to the headstone farthest on the right, and touches it once. She came home. They all came home. And she just kind of pats it a couple of times before she backs off a little bit to let you kind of give you guys space. But yeah.
Hang on. Okay.
Are you aware we're talking about?
Yeah, sorry. We had a side conversation real quick.
No worries.
But yeah, Charlie's gonna hesitate.
Yeah, Rose is gonna stand back. Like she was just there as like to be a point of to be a support. Though she is bowing her head and like silently praying to Avandra to look after the souls and in the afterlife. Maybe even to Kalev more. Like I hope that their afterlives are good. That kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Ariante is doing much the similar except the praying part. She's just being quiet and watching. She's standing back from the grave and letting Pedro, Sarabi, and Kali, properly grieve. Just being there to support them.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah's gonna kneel next to the tomb with Pietro and pats the tomb. Hey, Dad, look. Pietro's back. You were right.
Oh.
And she just pet the wolf. You were right the whole time. She stands and grabs Biro by the hand and help me here. I want to do something. And puts both of their hands on the ground. She wants to make wildflowers and sunflowers grow around because those were the flowers he relayed to the kids.
Okay.
He looks to all of them. Am I allowed to?
Stain just sort of, knock yourself out, druid boy. Venna is watching you both kind of kneel and sort of touch the grasses. When you look back, she's got this. She looks sad, just unspeakably sad. She's not crying, but you can see there's not quite that anger anymore. It's just the grief. But she still doesn't say anything. She's still kind of standing on the edge of the circle and just kind of like, she's almost kind of like being a ghost at this point. She's just kind of like your shadow. She's following you guys around. But yeah, so you bend down and Vera, I want you to make me a nature check. I know, I'm picking on you. Make me a nature check.
Diana's doing what she can. Say the little power she's learned.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
You can do it.
Do it.
I believe in you.
Okay, so there is to know.
Oh, that's good.
What'd you get?
23 together with the 5.
Nice. Solid. Okay. Tell me, describe what your plan is. What did you want to do? So Kali's, Sarabi's kind of said, I want you to, make wildflowers and sunflowers, and she's going to try to help make sure that they bloom when she wants you to kind of start growing them, essentially is kind of how you guys are going to tag team this.
Yes.
What do you have in mind, Vero, for what you want the flowers to look like? Like, where do you want them?
Oh dear. Oh gee. He'd mostly let Sarabi lead him where she'd want the flowers. Maybe
So
do I have to where do I put them, or what I want the general mood to be?
sort of, where do you want to put them? Just like what location do you want? Like them just over each grave? Do you want can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay, it was all quiet for a minute. I get so paranoid when you guys stop talking. So yeah, where do you want the flowers to be? Do you just want like some of the wildflowers to grow on their graves and then some sunflowers behind their heads, the tombstones? Like what exactly did you want for the just the flowers to look like?
I mean, I was thinking of having the sunflowers maybe in front of the graves, and maybe them spelling out the names too, and like the wildflowers, like a protective circle around the whole area, if that's all right.
Okay. Yeah, so the names would be a little tricky, but you could make the flowers each say a name in Druidcraft, easy peasy. You could make them say their names in Druid. That's totally fine. Spelling out their names is a little more tricky. Plants don't generally like to be cohesive like that.
Okay, no, just say the names.
But yeah, but making like maybe growing a single sunflower by each tombstone that is their name, and then growing essentially like a fairy ring of wildflowers, totally doable. You put your hands down on the ground, and you have one hand on the ground, and then you and Sarabi, you have your Sarabi's hand, and then yours is on top of Sarabi's, and then Sarabi's is also on the ground. So it's kind of like you guys are kneeling side by side, and you're both kind of focusing on making the plants grow. And it's more than you expected. There's more magic you release than you thought you were going to, Vero. It's way more powerful than you had meant it to be, and suddenly it's like the whole glen. It's the middle of fall, close edging on winter, and it erupts in flowers. Just the entire glen is full of wildflowers. It's like a spring day almost. The stalks of the sunflower shoot up. And they're big and bright yellow. They're like it's almost blinding how happy yellow these things are. The vegetation it all shifts from like a faded yellow color to a deep, rich, healthy green, and the glen looks radically different. It stops fairabouts about the edges of the trees. It's like the trees were almost too big to sort of use for magic to try to make them better. It's like it spread out from you and then hit those trees, and the trees kind of absorbed too much of the magic to be better, but the grasses and stuff totally absorbed it. You didn't do that, Vero. Some of that was you. Like you said, grow wildflowers, and that was you. But the rest of that, you didn't do. Yeah. That's you didn't do that. You've never felt magic kind of work like that before for you. It was like something replied to your command. You commanded flowers to grow, and then something said, "Okay, grow," and the whole glen grew. Yeah, it just erupts in flowers.
Harry looks around, tearing up, and just looks at Vera and goes, "Thank you."
You're welcome. It wasn't me entirely, but you're definitely welcome.
So modest.
Or just has to look at his face. How do I explain this to her now?
She goes back to the tomb and stands before it and says, "Look, Dad, I'm learning new things. We both are, but we're going to fix everything. Promise." And then she turns around and looks at Kali and just indicates with the head, like, "You're..."
Yeah.
When the flowers, by the way, erupted throughout the entire glen, you heard Venna gasp.
Mm-hmm.
Just like suck in a breath at the sudden expanse of flowers. Yeah. Sane kind of raised her eyebrows like, "Holy shit, druid boy." Doesn't say anything. Like she just kind of like lifts her brows as like flowers are everywhere now, and she has this like, "Well, shit. All right, you proved me wrong. Damn straight." But for Venna, it was much more impactful for her. But yeah. Okay. Who's next? Who else wants to do what?
After Sarabi kind of gives Kelly a look like, "Come on, it's your turn." She's gonna finally be able to move. Mm-hmm. She'll go over to the three stones and kind of look at them. And how close are they together?
probably like a 2 to 3 feet apart. Like they're clearly spaced very close together.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she'll kneel down like Sarabi did, but at her father's one.
Mhm.
But she'll be looking across all of them. She'll kind of sit there for about a minute, struggling with herself. And then she'll say, I'm sorry, your kids are idiots. I'm sorry we ran into danger and didn't come back. I mean, you taught us to be prepared if anything like that happened. But I guess no amount of talking about it or so-called preparation actually makes you ready. Sorry I didn't come back sooner. But,
Can I have the twins hug her, please?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Sarabi hugs her from one side, and Pietro just rubs her the other. Go.
She'll kind of reach up and hold them both. She's like, I'm sorry things fell apart. But we're here now. Even if it's a little too late. We're gonna fix everything that's gone wrong over the past 100 years. And I'm gonna make you proud. Like I always wanted to. Even if you can't be here to see it. We'll make everything worth it. I promise. Everything. None of this will be in vain. And then maybe one day we'll see each other again. But hopefully not before you fix it all. I love you. All of you. And I'm sorry. And she'll stop at that. Let's kind of sit there for a minute. And then she'll, after a few minutes, she'll perk up a little bit, like she remembered something. And she's like, Dad, I got your message. In the end, I got it. And I'll try to find her. If not, for my own curiosity, I'll find her for you. I promise. And that's it.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys all kind of take a couple minutes as you kind of like gather yourselves while you do this, and while you guys kind of pick yourself up and wipe your faces and etc. You both, by the way, watch Sane wipe her eyes, and then determinedly frown at both of you when you catch her wiping her eyes, and say in that expression of, if you say shit, I will punch you. Venna is crying behind you. And while you guys are kind of getting up and you're starting to move away, Pietro does not move away. He walks over to the first headstone on the left. Sits down in front of his. Sits down in front of a.
Dragar?
Dragar. Yeah, he sits down in front of Dragar's tombstone and just sits there for a couple of minutes, and then presses his head against the stone, just like nose, sort of like forehead press, essentially, against the stone. And you hear Sane. What? Pietro? And when he's done pressing, he turns and just looks at her, and for the first time she's really looking at the wolf, and Sane just, Jesus. Bahamut's left nut. What the hell did you do? He's a dog! He literally looks at you, Sarabi, and goes, he's a dog! What did you do to him?
Oh,
It was an accident.
It's a long story, but we'll tell you everything.
Ugh, my
He's better
God.
than he was before.
I mean, at least he
She
looks
just gives
like
you.
he was.
She lowers her hands from her face, gives you this shitty, just like look. She's just like, yeah, keep talking, Sarabi. I'm gonna go show you where that comment goes. And then she just kind of puts her hands on top of her head and stares back at the graves and goes, "Reuben, your children are fucking great." And then she just kind of turns around and just stalks back to camp. All of you guys kind of sort of follow after her. She kind of leads the charge back to camp. As she kind of leads the charge back, Venna turns to Sarabi as you walk by, and she reaches out to touch you. And you see her left arm for the first time. It's not there. It's invisible. At least that's what it looks like from your perspective. There's 3 metal cuffs, essentially. They're like metal bands that are made of gold. One is on the stump where her arm was. There's a third just kind of floating in the middle, and the second is floating in the middle, and the third is on the wrist. It's like woven into the wrist of a black glove. And it's got full finger motion, but there's no like connection between the stump of her arm and the glove. They just seem to be moving together, like it's her arm.
Holy shit, that's the coolest prospect ever.
Yeah, so she catches your grabs your arm or grab your shoulder, and she just looks at you for a minute, Sarabi, before she just pulls you into a hug.
Aww.
So he just hugs the shit out of her.
Just pulls you into a hug, and she breathes. You speak Sylvan, right? And do you speak Elven too? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she breathes to you in Elven, and she says, "My little hummingbird, you came home." And she just kind of holds you, and then her other hand goes out as Pietro essentially does the exact same thing, where he pretty much full-on headbutts her in the leg, because he wants in on this snuggle party too. Because and she puts her other hand down on his head, as he wiggles his way between both of your legs so he can sit smushed between you both. Yeah. But eventually you guys do all kind of make it back towards camp. Yep.
I need a moment.
Oh, by the way, Pill, the entire time, Noemi kind of looked like she kept wanting to tell you something or ask you something while everyone was gone. It's like she kept trying to work up the nerve to say something to you and then kept changing her mind about it. Just kind of like the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what that was.
You'll see. You'll find out. We'll get there. But yeah, so it's edging much closer. The sun pretty much is set, and you've just kind of got the remainder, like, red light of sunset now. And when you guys get back to camp, Vienna sort of and Sane both kind of get the fire going. You see both of them. They're not as friendly as they used to be, if that makes sense. You can visibly see the way they're interacting with each other is like they haven't hung out together in a while like this. They both have houses here, but you don't know how much they're friends anymore.
That's the real tragedy here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Callie will try to help them best she can because she feels, well, bad.
Yeah. Sane kind of pulls out her big metal pot for stews. You guys are very familiar. It's not the same pot, but it's of a very similar style.
Yeah.
It's still great big metal cast iron pot, and she just she's carrying it like one might carry a bucket of water. She hands it to you, and you're like, "Oh right, this is made of metal." And she just kind of shoves it at you. She's still stronger than you, which somehow you're like, of course she is.
Yeah.
Like you would expect at some point you would be stronger than her. Still no. She's got an additional 100 years under her belt and still outbenches you.
You're
Yeah.
stronger.
Yeah. So together, Venna, by the way, pulls out. She has bunches of vegetables. Her sort of garden in the back has gotten much bigger, and she clearly grows vegetables out of it. So a lot of them, something of note, a lot of the vegetables they're small, if that makes sense. It's like nothing grew really big. You got like littler potatoes and they're little carrots and things like that. They're not. Venna was a really good gardener, but her plants do not appear to be doing as well. Despite the fact that she clearly tends, she clearly tends to the garden more. But yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. Don't tell anybody that we're responsible for the economic disaster of the agriculture here.
Yeah, that would. Wonder how well that would go over.
Yeah. Yeah, not really well.
I think that as the ants are starting to make dinner, Rose just kind of tries to
I grabbed the background. Sorry, go ahead.
She tries to start the conversation about like who everybody else is, where.
Oh yeah, Kylie's gonna be like, "Oh shit,
how we
right?
met.
We should introduce you." Fuck, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like nobody was like, "Who are those people?" No.
Nope. Just random people that we don't know the names yet.
Callie wrote letters.
I did write letters explaining who everybody was, but they don't necessarily know it's still you guys.
Yeah, they have no idea who you're traveling with. All they know is that both Kali and Sarabi look unaged.
Yeah, like
they have not changed.
They would know nothing of Ariente because she wasn't in your letters.
And Callie wrote them detailed letters talking about each person, because that's just her. She's like, I met this cleric, her name is Rose, and she's, that's everybody. Detailed.
Now remember, you sent that letter 100 years ago. Whether she remembers that,
yeah. But I was about to say, though, they wouldn't realize, because it's been over 100 years, that they're the same people, or, remember very well.
I don't think she would assume they're the same people. She's probably still confused as to why you're alive.
That's what I was saying. She probably would not assume you're the same people.
Yeah.
So
once the stew, Venna, by the way, had a rabbit, and she kind of throws that in there. She appears to be much more helpful than Sane is ever used to her providing food for this. Like, whenever they make a big pot. So suddenly Venna is, like, bringing out carrots and potatoes, and she's got a rabbit that she had that Venna apparently didn't even know she had. Yeah. I mean, Sane didn't know that Venna had. And they're making some kind of big, heavy, hefty rabbit stew, essentially, for you guys. Once they kind of get all the ingredients kind of in the stew together, and they've sort of got it really cooking, Sane sits back down with a heavy sigh. She's unstrapped her a lot of her gear at this point and has kind of thrown them back in the house. And I had unsaddled the horse kind of thing, like she's gonna stay for a little while longer kind of thing.
Yeah.
And she sits down heavily on one of the logs and looks between the three of you, Kali, Sarabi, and Petro. And all right, out with it. What the hell happened?
Okay.
A lot of things.
A lot of bullshit.
Sarabi looks at Kali. Do we start with the curse, the dying part, the giant dragon?
Just okay. I don't know if you remember. I mean, you do, but I don't remember the exact details. The last letter I sent you guys, talking about going to the dragon. It was a dragon sea, right, Beth? Or
yeah, dragon sea.
Dragon sea, yeah, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, she's like, and how the dragon attack happened shortly after, right? Venna wasn't exactly wrong in what she assumed happened.
We kind of went into the Herald's Tomb up north from Ceylon, and ran into a giant skeletal dragon doing a weird ritual with, and she looks back at Pill. What was it called again? The crystal thingy? Do you remember?
Oh no, I can't hear you.
Oh, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. You said. Can you
What
repeat
was the
yourself?
crystal that the fucking asshole skeleton guy was using?
Oh, that's the flattery.
Yeah, he was making.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had a huge rock.
It was made
Shiny
out of
rock.
Mordite.
Mordite.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. I was looking for both, really. But we kind of knew after we saw him, there was really no way out. We kind of knew that this was it, so we decided we were going to stop whatever ritual he was doing, and we succeeded. But then we all died in the process, and then and she kind of looks a little nervous. She's like, okay, it's probably not going to sound very believable, but Bahamut is very much still around. Kind of actually got to talk to him. And, as she points at Rose, her goddess, Avandra.
She kind of waves with a nervous smile.
Yeah. And Paylor.
Sorry, perks up. He's really nice, unlike Uncle Ken.
And what's his name?
Calebmore.
Calebmore, thank you.
Yeah, Calebmore.
Yeah, she wouldn't remember his
What
name.
did I just say?
His name's too complicated for her to remember it. Yeah.
He told us at least to call him Uncle Kel, or Kel at least. We call him Uncle Kel as a joke.
Yeah, he for sure told you guys to call him Kel. The uncle thing was not added.
No.
It is now.
They talked to us, and I don't want to go over every little detail, but they basically decided that we were worthy to come back and to put an end to this dragon. His name's Kidrith. Oh, detail I forgot. He was also working with this woman goddess named Shar. Yeah, she killed, Pill and Noemi. She stabbed Sarabi a few times.
It wasn't a pleasant experience.
No. But, anyway, and then we woke up exactly where we last were, and everything looked different. The cave wasn't the same. There was vegetation everywhere, and we met, and she looks at Arianti. This young lady, Arianti, apparently Calebmore really likes her and brought her to us. And then we went above ground, and everything was different, and we made it to Phelan, and we learned it was 100 years in the future, and everything kind of fell apart.
The entire time you have been talking, her eyebrows have been moving from up in disbelief to down in a frown to back up higher in more disbelief. When you mentioned when you mentioned that you fought Shar and then met the gods, she's just got this look like slack-jawed look, like she's just open mouth staring at you guys.
Yeah.
She's like, didn't explain why Pietro's a wolf.
Get to that. We're trying to get into where we've been the past 100 fucking years. And the fact that the gods call us champions.
She raises both hands and she's like, stop.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I gotta think about it.
I figured.
That's too much! That's too much!
Sorry.
You all are from 100 years ago.
Yes.
And you got resurrected by Bahamut and Avandra and Paylor.
Yes.
Calebmore.
And Calebmore.
And the Raven Queen!
Oh, and the Raven Queen, yeah. I know it sounds far-fetched, but have I ever
It is
lied
a
about
lot.
anything?
She just holds up another hand as you try to continue. Reaches into her pocket, into her cloak, pulls out a flask, drinks from it. Stops, puts the flask down, starts to lower her hand, holds her hand back up, takes another swig, puts a cap back on it, and goes, "Alright, why is your brother a wolf?"
Do you want to tell it or should I?
You did the first half, it's her turn.
Yes, ma'am.
No, she's raised her shoulder trying to hide like a turtle.
And then Ariete kind of sneaks over because she also wants to know why is Petro a wolf?
We're kind of do
Ross
something
reaches-
stupid again.
Louder and to my face. Look at me, and she's pointing at you like she's got that like sharp, like you know that finger if it digs into your side hurts like a mother effer, and she's like gesturing at you like she don't make me come over there.
Sorry, whimpers like.
Rose reaches over and pats her leg, like, you can do this.
So remember that the spirit guardian white sack that everybody said nobody could ever hunt, that it was impossible to kill? Well,
Yeah, the one that was a legend. It's not real.
yeah, it was kind of real until we met.
You didn't.
Yes.
You did. You shot it, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
Okay. So you shot an ancient spirit guardian. And then what happened? And she just looks so done with all of you.
To be completely honest.
Surprised.
Well, then it didn't like being shot. So...
No, really? No.
And apparently it was a lot. It wasn't a simple spirit or something because it just turned Pietro into this.
Oh,
And the minute you say this, his ears go back and he kind of like hunches. Because now you've brought the wrath of her glare onto him, and now he's cowering. Yeah, so
You look very handsome, brother. Don't worry about it. You look better than before.
But so you look a little bit more accurate to your personality now.
you get some chuffing sounds.
And then bad things happen, and I going to have to make a deal with somebody in order to make him stop being kind of crazy. Well, a lot of stuff happened. He's like that now.
When the gods brought us back, he was with us. Because before, he was just whatever that druid turned him into, the necklace, and now when we came back, he was there as a wolf. And
Sorry, I'm laughing at something else entirely.
She's like, wait, what do you mean a necklace?
Well, I'll tell you more
Oh,
later.
that wasn't me. That
Okay.
wasn't Beth.
Maybe I'll tell you someday.
But yeah, when we woke up, he was like this. And he's very much Petro. He probably has
Yes, I
slightly
picked up.
more doggy tendencies than before, but you can't tell that much difference.
So throws an arm around Pietro. He still smells the same, so he's still my brother.
And we're gonna try to fix it.
Gods. Alright. So... Yep. Sure. Uh-huh. Yep, this is what I signed up for. Alright, okay, let's do this. And she just looked, the minute she says it, she just kind of sighed.
Oh, thank God, I thought she was going to punch me.
She still might. Don't be too. Don't be too relieved yet.
She's thinking, like, you can tell she's got her I'm thinking face on. But it's Venna who's the one who talks next. you... Robbie...
And now Sarabi looks really ashamed, completely ashamed, because she says, no. Sorry, we were just trying to make a name for ourselves.
Do you remember the story I told you about the Snake Woods? You were a little, I don't know how much you were listening to me at the time. I was telling you about how it's protected. And so it's always safe to run around in the Snake Woods. And that's why it was okay for you and Pietro to wander off, and why I didn't want you leaving the Snake Woods too often. Because it was always safe here. It has been less safe since you've been gone. I guess we know why now. Did you slay the beast? The spirit guardian, did you slay it? Or did you wound it?
I don't remember.
Alright.
I know I make it bleed a little.
She nods. If... That explains a lot. I don't know if you've noticed, but with the logging and I guess with the death of the Guardian, the forest is dying. I don't know if that means the Guardian is dead, or if he is dying with the forest, or if there was a new Guardian and he's just unable to survive with the logging. I don't know. But it's not safe in the Snake Woods anymore. Hasn't been for 30, 40 years. It's harder and harder to grow things. Harder and harder to find things to hunt. Living off the land has been a challenge. I tried. I tried to protect this forest. But I'm failing it too. I can't. It's the hags. They're the worst of it. If we could... It's just the hags. If we could get rid of them, it wouldn't be so bad. But they're not... God, they're not like any coven I've ever fought. And when she says that, Sane looks at her like, you've been adventuring. And she kind of... And Sane has this like disapproving look on her face. And Venna just kind of like scoffs at her. Like, you aren't my parent. I don't have to tell you anything.
Oh shit.
The hags have become... They're not normal coven. I don't know what kind of coven they are. Hags don't... They don't organize themselves like this. There isn't a hierarchy in hags. They're all supposed to be equal. But there's 3 of them that run the coven. And then there's, like, lesser sisters that they have that do terrible things and collect... They...
We killed one on the way here. Green? Young?
They collect what?
You killed one.
Yes.
She immediately stops what she's doing and looks around. She whistles and her hawk comes flying back down to her arm, and she tells it to do another sweep of the area, and she starts pacing around the entire campsite, trying to see if she could see anything in the forest. Oh God. Okay.
Uh-oh.
She runs back into her house, and it's already dark. God,
We killed it. Was it a day ago, Beth? Or 2
Yeah,
days ago?
about.
Yeah, day ago at the sorry, map. It was the east end, right? Northeast end? Yeah, northeast end of the forest where you enter, coming from the east.
She's nodding, but she's kind of like she threw her door open and rushed inside.
Just trying to tell her all the information she can.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we
May
took
I-
the shit out
Yeah.
of her.
May I open my journal and look up hags? Because this is slightly varying.
No, your journal probably doesn't have anything about hags in it. You would have to make a history check for you, whether you just know hags because you have the I read all about elven lore. And so you know Fey lore because you are a historian in druid clothing.
Should I?
Yeah.
Or
It's likely something learning about Sylvan, and the people of the Fey Wilds. Totally would have been something your parents would have made you do.
okay. So
Yeah, it would have been like a standard part of your history lesson. What's up?
I'm proficient in history. Could I make a history check as
Absolutely, yeah. Proficient in history, you totally can do it.
I wait. I rolled a 15 plus a 5. It's a
20.
20.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely know there's 3 kinds of hags. There's green hags, which is the one you fought. There's night hags, which are very, very scary. And then there's sea hags, which are kind of more they're less powerful than the other 2 counterparts. They are here, hold on, I'm flipping to the hag thing in my book. So I didn't grab, damn it, I grabbed the wrong book. That would be why I couldn't find it. Sorry, I have like a stack of D&D handbooks. I didn't grab the monster manual. I grabbed the player's handbook because it was on top.
I remember checking the hags, and the night hag is really, really, really scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the night hag is a much more powerful kind of hag. They deal in souls. So they deal in selling souls.
Well.
Yeah.
know.
Let's see. And then one of the other things is hags propagate. They is known by snatching and devouring human infants after stealing the baby from its cradle or its mother's womb. The hag consumes the poor child. A week later, the hag gives birth to a daughter who looks human until her 13th birthday, whereupon the child transforms into a splitting image of her hag mother.
Ugh.
The disappearance
Okay.
of all of those Callie
Yes.
and Rose. When you saw the posters of the disappeared children, they were about the 12-ish range.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rose sits up like.
Yeah,
is
they're
there
sharing
anything-
this information out
Oh
loud.
my god,
Pretty sure
they are
Rose and
using
Callie
the
look
city as a
directly at each
nursery.
other. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are like the cuckoo bird of the monsters.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what you generally know about hags. They're scarier in covens, because they can join together and cast
Use each other's spells.
as a group,
Mhm.
and so they have much more powerful, scary spells. Yeah. Pill, did you roll?
You rolled a 17.
You rolled 17. Yeah, okay. You know essentially the same information. That's pretty much you both know about the what the kind of things that hags can and cannot do.
Does killing one alert the others, or do I not know that?
Not off the top of your head. Venna appears to be taking this very seriously. So,
Okay.
and she here. I need to look up a cleric spell really quick. She's rummaging around in her cabin, and she brings out this big pitcher of salt. That she clearly uses for like drying out meats and things like that, and she's trying to figure out if she has enough to maybe circle the whole campsite, or if she should just circle where you guys are going to sleep. She's just trying to figure out what to do. But yeah,
Yeah.
Things bad is.
she's clearly very, very stressed about whatever the hell you guys just did. Killing one of the hags clearly has not gone well for her in the past.
Oh yeah, we murdered the shit out of that hag.
We could try to
those
go.
dragon babies. Stole their hearts.
I kept them.
Sure. You what?
That's how dragons die.
You guys like trying to like measure about how much salt she has and whether she has enough to try to like make a salt circle. And you're like, she killed dragon babies. I kept their hearts. What? Like her head just snaps up and looks at you.
Yeah, I kept them.
Hill.
Just in case.
I told him not to.
Well, it's better than having them brought. And then Sarah shut up because she doesn't want her teacher to scold her.
This wouldn't have happened if you had just listened to me.
Oh,
yeah,
shit!
dude.
They are going to find us, aren't they? Because of the hearts. Damn it.
Well, the hearts are in a bag of holding.
So you can't locate something that way through a bag of holding. So as long as they
Yes,
stay in the
just
bag of
don't
holding, there wouldn't be
take them
something
out.
they could.
Yeah.
Yeah, they couldn't locate.
You want me to show them?
No, Pill.
No!
I will take that bag myself. Yeah.
It should be in the one that Noemi has.
No,
Arianty
it's in.
would not put it in the one she's holding.
No, it's in. He has his own bag. Of
Oh,
holding.
you have 3 bags of holding, so
yeah,
he has his own?
Pill has his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why
I didn't know
Callie
that.
said I will take it from you. She will. Like, no. Leave him in there, please.
Is Venna, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do to help you prepare, or because she has no idea how to make defenses against hags?
Yeah, we just need to make sure that they can't locate you. We just have to make sure that we can't locate you. While she's doing this, Sane appears to be thinking. She's like thinking about something because Beth is looking up her spell list. Yeah. The hags, these damn hags, and Venna is getting more and more agitated the longer you guys are apparently unguarded.
Callie will get up and be like, here, let me help you with the salt circle. You know? It's gonna help. Yeah.
Yes. Can we help?
Like, we can block out the cabins that we're not gonna use and just block off yours and Sane's and I guess Dad's.
Yeah. It just.
Hold on.
I'll buy you more salt tomorrow.
Mhm.
I have. It's a range of 10 feet. How big does it? Cool. Okay, cool. So I take out my Pearl of Power and get back one of my 3rd level spell slots.
Mm-hmm. I take it you want to cast Magic Circle?
That is exactly what I want to do.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through the spell list. Hold on, there's one more because
How big is it?
It is a 10-foot radius and 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy. And I can pick a point on the ground that I can see within range, and I can choose one or more types of creatures, and it will keep those types of creatures from entering the circle by non-magical means.
You have to
Yes.
say it.
There's probably other ways the hags could find us. I mean, they
It
probably have.
says if the creature tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to do so, it must first succeed on a charisma saving throw. The creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within the cylinder. Targets within the cylinder can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by the creature. And when I cast a spell, I can elect to use its magic to operate in the reverse direction and prevent a creature of the specified type from leaving the cylinder.
Do we have any idea who specifically they look for? They look for every single one of us, or just the person
one
who
who
did the
killed
killing
you.
blow?
As you're starting to think about it, like how would they access you? How would they find you? Kind of thing. Sane stands up, and she puts a hand on your shoulder, Rose, and smiles and says, "It's okay, I got this." And she begins to pray, in Draconic. And she stands there and she just has her palms open, and she's praying. She goes on praying for a little while, like she's just praying. The spell takes about 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah, Rose is like familiar with that particular concept.
Yeah. So this is a long-term spell, and it's a wide area. Yeah. But yeah, it can protect. Let's see. She's casting the spell Forbadance. It's a 6th level abjuration spell for clerics. It takes about 10 minutes to cast. Lasts for a day. You create a ward against magical travel that protects up to 4,000 square feet of floor space of a height of 30 feet above the floor. For the duration, creatures can't teleport into the area or use portals, such created by the gate spell to enter the area. The spell proofs against the area from interplanar travel and therefore prevents a creature from accessing it by another plane. In addition, the spell damages types of creatures that you choose when you cast it. Choose one or more of the following types: celestial, elementals, fae, fiends, wild, and undead.
I wonder what kind we should choose.
Yeah, so she's definitely she's casting it to protect you against the fae. So as she's standing there, she casts, and it takes a few minutes, but you see Venna stops kind of panicking because she's familiar with, again, she's also had partied with a cleric for a while and understands she needs to give this time. But finally the Forbiden's ritual goes off, and you remember when you hit the gong in the Tomb of Harold, and that crisp, clean note of Bahamut, that pure animantium sound? She hits her shield, and until that moment, you don't realize that the shield she's carrying is made out of adamantium. It's old looking, it's scratched and worn, but the minute she hits it, it rings with that pure note, and all of you feel it in your chests for a second, and the spell is cast. So she's cast Forbiden's, essentially preventing any kind of fey creature to attack you or anyone to teleport into the area. So, yep.
Cool.
She has essentially made you guys safe from the potential threat of the hags that Venna seems to be fearing.
It's 40,000.
Yeah, it's 40,000.
Yeah.
You can cover the whole city with that.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's this massive radius she just protected you guys with.
Why don't they just hire fucking Sane to sit by the woodworkers and fucking smell every day?
She goes to the city and cast it, and that way we can guess which one of the children are actually the future hags, and they kill them.
Well, it won't affect them until they're 13.
Until
That's
they're
why
actually turned, yeah.
Until they actually turn to hags, because they're children. They're humans up until that moment.
Wait, are they being raised by the hags? Because it was
no, it seems like they're being raised in the city, and then once they turn, or about to turn 13, or have, the witches take them or they leave.
So what happens is a lot of times is babies will be born, and then the hags will steal the children, and then the next day the child will be back. So it's like the baby disappeared for a day, and then the child comes back, and then it grows up all the way until she's 13 or 12ish, and then the hags steal the children before they become hags again.
Is there any way to unhagify a kid or keep them from ever doing that, turning after they've been stolen?
No, it's kind of one of those once the child, because they've consumed the original child. It's not like they're they're no longer alive. Essentially, they just look and act like a human child.
Okay,
it's like a cuckoo bird.
Yeah.
Is there a way to tell
guys,
which
we're
child
gonna have to
is
go
a
looking for
future
kids.
hag?
God damn it.
Not off the top of your head. Now remember, all of those wanted posters were very old.
Yeah.
None of them looked new. At least, again, you'll have to go back and look to see if you can find new ones, and then you'll have to be worried about it again. But none of them look new. But yeah, so
what age does it not work for the hag to consume the child and give birth?
it has to be within like a week. The child has to be it has to be a newborn for the hag to eat, or to kill the mother and then eat the child, and then it works the same way too.
So the wanted posters were the children that grew up to 12 and then were
so then were stolen again for a second time.
I see.
Where they became.
Guarantee's not going to turn into a hag. That's
no, they cannot. No, so it's not less of a concern of them trying to kidnap Arianti, because they're kidnapping the already turned hags.
Yeah, she's not a baby anymore. So
yeah. Okay. So the Forbidden spell essentially casts, and Sane kind of lets out a heavy sigh and sits back down, and she kind of gives Venna a look. All right, I don't know too much about this hag nonsense, but what the hell? Why are you so? What's got you so worked up? And she's still kind of fidgety, And she looks around. They're a powerful coven. The three sisters, the three head hags, they have what's called a hag's eye. They use it, they can cast through it. They'll send it off with some thrall or puppet or minor hag with her when someone's angered them, like murdering one of the people who were collecting apparently spell components. And once they have, they will send the eye after you. And they will do whatever it takes to kill you. And she just kind of sighs. They'll come after you, three. Or come after you, three. They'll come after your group.
Yeah.
You killed her, you killed the sister, and you kept, apparently, the spell components they needed. They're a problem. And they're a big problem. And I don't know which is worse. The hags or the collapse of the forest. I don't know if we save the forest, we'll get rid of the hags. I don't know if we get rid of the hags, we'll save the forest. I don't know.
So the forest is dying.
Yes.
Well, you're not gonna like it, but why not just do a scorched earth on them?
And burn it? Burn it all? Just burn it to the ground?
Yeah.
No,
No.
you gotta save the forest.
What is the nearest thing to
Pill, are you
Sarabi so she can
crazy?
throw
Just
you
grab the
to
rock around the fucking fire. Throw it at them.
Venna laughs. She genuinely just, from the gut, laughs. And she's like, if I didn't think the loggers would stop you, I probably would have done it by now. And that like freaks Sane out, because she's like, you would have what?
Sorry, freaked out as well. You will what?
Why don't we just scare the loggers out of there?
That bad.
If
That's
the loggers
really
haven't been
bad.
scared by witches attacking them for how many years, what makes you think we're gonna make them leave?
Well, just make them think the witches are getting closer.
How hard would
That
it be to
doesn't-
actually try to go get rid of the coven?
You know, guys, I'm barely starting with this magic thing, and the only thing I have is this, and she shows the bow. So I think I will be better at killing things than at helping storing the forest. So why don't we go and try to kill it?
And besides that, we would have to not only convince the logging company that we met, but also every other logging company to leave, and the people in the town.
The second the logging
Yes.
company leaves, another one's gonna come in and take their place.
How,
That's the only solution here, at least to the hag problem. I don't like Venna said. I don't know enough about this forest to know for sure if it would solve anything, but at least the hags would be gone.
I'm just saying, this can't be the only woods where, like, they get all their wood from, no pun intended.
No, but I'm not saying that it can't, that it is the only place where they can get their wood. It's convincing them, and then convincing another one, and then keep having them keep to their word. Can you really be so sure that they'll all follow what we say? We're just adventurers.
No, we're nobodies
adventure-
to them.
Adventurers are nothing in this world.
Dude, my dad is resting in this forest. We're not burning anything down.
Yeah, seriously.
I agree. But
Yeah.
I hope
That surprises me in no way.
how high would you rate our chance of survival if we tried to clear out the coven?
I don't know. I couldn't do it alone. And she just kind of nods about that.
Then let's just do it together.
We're not alone, yes.
Absolutely.
There's a fuck ton of
A
us.
whole hunting got us, you got a whole hunting party now.
We were gonna look into it anyway. Because I don't like people getting hurt from these
That's
stupid
it.
hags.
Let's kill those bitches.
I can help you. I can help you from here, but I can't.
Why not?
I can't attack the hags. I can't do it. I struck up a truce with them, and I can't go back on that.
Oh,
A truce? What kind of truce?
How hard is it to just break a truce?
they are going to burn everything.
She's probably more concerned about us not succeeding and the truce being broken and having to deal with them again.
I paid too high of a price last time, and she kind of turns away from you guys and sort of like pulls in on herself almost. Like whatever she did to get the hags to stop trying to kill her was horrible.
Oh shit.
Hmm?
I have an idea. I'm gonna shut up. No.
Oh, what?
No, 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 no! Been away!
Did you run away from your computer?
She did.
Probably.
She did.
I'm assuming. She just figured out what happened.
I think I figured it out too.
Yeah,
I
me
just.
too.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
It's okay. We'll discover it together.
Yeah. So, yep.
Okay. I'm fine. Fine, just go.
Yeah. So she says that she can't help you guys. She can't break the truce.
Even
Okay,
if you
then.
if you can't help us directly, can you help us prepare to fight them, please?
Do you know
Yes,
where
Can
they
you
I
tell
are?
us
I knew where
everything
they.
you know
I knew where
about
they
them?
were. I don't know if they're still in the same spot, but I know how to get there. I know how to tell you how to get there. Yeah.
If that's the best you can do, then we'll accept that.
Do they have
I-
any weaknesses?
We're better
Anything we should know?
yet to really reveal where they're hiding. Just, keep doing the deal, have us watch.
I can't get close to where they were. I don't know if they're still there anymore. I haven't tried to find out. It just wasn't worth it anymore.
What's it matter if you break the truce or not?
Doesn't matter. No, you are not part of the truce. And she nods to herself. Sane has this interesting. She suddenly does not look. She has this like horrified look on her face. Essentially, what Poisan just did, but
Yeah.
more internally.
Yeah.
Like she just figured out what happened.
Oh god, oh man, oh god.
Only thing I can think of is she's kidnapping the kids for them.
Vanna, you didn't. She whirls on Sane. I don't want to hear it from you. You weren't here, you left. You left like the rest of them. You don't get to tell me what is or isn't right. I lived. I did it. That's that. And she just kind of storms back into her house and leaves Sane sort of flabbergasted standing there.
She's so different from the teacher she used to be. This is not Sarah, this is Poison.
Yeah, no, she's
Like,
not.
oh,
She's
my
not the
teacher
same
who-
woman you grew up with. No.
Sarah is like, oh, my teacher who can do no wrong.
Yeah. By the way, her alignment's changed. In case you wanted to update that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Captain, my captain.
She's more neutral
On
now.
down
She's
one?
less neutral good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well then,
But yeah, so she can give you guys detailed information about all of the hags. Green hags tend to like to screw with people and make them, they like to torment them and make people sort of live through their worst kind of tragedies, essentially. and they derive joy from bringing people low and seeing hope turn into despair, not just for individuals but also for whole nations. So the green hags like to just kind of destroy people's let them hope in something better and then letting them fall into despair. Night hags will visit you in your sleep and torment you through your dreams, and slowly kind of drive you crazy. But then once she's convinced her victim to pretty much driven them insane, they'll capture her soul, and then the soul hag will then the night hag will then can either eat the souls or use them in spells or whatever. But she drives her victims crazy, and then they start doing evil things, and then the townspeople kill them because they're crazy and murdering people, and then she steals their souls. And then the sea hag essentially likes to make her she can't they're really one of the weaker versions, but they're kind of like the ugly mermaids of the underwater. You know how mermaids sort of convince people to climb in the water and kill them? Sea hags Sirens, yeah. They sort of do the siren gig, but poorly, and essentially just climb up on boats and pull people into the water and eat them. They're not super, they're not quite as intelligent as the other two levels of hags. She also says she's only seen a couple of sea hags, but she killed the sea hags that she did find, and she hasn't seen any more. So sea hags is not probably one of the ones that you're going to encounter. She knows that the three main in the coven are night hags.
Any weaknesses they have?
If you can break the eye, it will severely damage every hag in the coven. It can deal a whole bunch of damage. So if you can manage to destroy the eye, it will wound the hags.
No.
Cut off the head of
yeah.
the snake and the body dies.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have to hunt every hag, just hunt the main big ones.
Get to the eye.
In theory, though, the big hags would be more in hiding until we get their attention.
Yes. They're going to be much harder to come in contact with.
Just saying, burning down the forest will get their attention, alright?
You're not going to burn down the forest. It's sick enough.
You're going to kill all the animals that live there.
Also, if the three of
As
them
good
are
as they were
together,
fighting
they are
around.
going to be a lot more hard to fight. Maybe we could try to just lure one out.
Yeah, Venna knows that they were trying to do. They are planning something, but she doesn't know what. She hasn't tried to come in contact with them to figure out. She hasn't gotten close enough to even guess at what the hell they're planning. She just knows some of the more magical creatures have ended up dead. She's found a couple of dead unicorns already, and she's assuming it's the hags. She doesn't. They're clearly planning to do something, but she doesn't know what.
They are killing all these magical creatures.
We have to stop them.
Yeah, there's no. This is my house, damn it.
I know you're not sure about if it helps the forest or not, but there still is protecting presence there, and if you can at least remove a little last from them, I think it would help. If not much.
I don't care if it helps or not. This is my house. They are threatening it. I'm gonna kill them.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys can essentially camp for the night. Sane does not say much more, and Venna does not really back out of her house. They're kind of done talking to you guys all for the night, as they kind of had some sort of horrible realization. Yep, but you guys will be protected for at least 24 hours is how long Forbidden's lasts for. So she can technically cast it again for the next night. But yeah.
Yeah.
I wanna check around the road and what is left of the tree house.
The tree is much bigger than you remember. And you can see maybe like halfway up the tree, like higher than your head, but like halfway from between you and the branches, you can see one of what was your ladder pieces still nailed into the tree, but it's so rotten looking. It's not usable. There's no real structure left in the tree. You've got some, maybe some of the branches are still like holding up pieces of the decaying treehouse, but there's nothing left of it. Nothing sustainable.
And no objects. None of the objects that were there.
Yeah, none of your guys' old things are really there. It's been so long that anything that you may have had here, any clothes or supplies or anything you left behind isn't. It's
Or cheerful drawings. Or cheerful art.
So all of those carvings are gone. But you remember you and Pietro did carve into the tree itself. You could probably climb up the tree and still find that.
Fuck yes.
Yeah,
I'm going.
Okay.
Pietro, go with Kali because you don't have thumbs. You can climb.
He looks so sad when you insult him with the fact that he doesn't have thumbs. like that. Out of everything you have said so far.
Can I use this opportunity to say over here and catch fly on Pietro? Because I've been wanting to do that.
Alright, sure. You can give the dog wings.
God.
Give it the wings. Do it.
By the way, when you cast, it's very much Peter Pan style, where you make him fly by his butt. Like it's his butt that lifts up, and so he kind of his tail starts lifting up, and he kind of like ends up upside down, and he's looking at you, and he starts floating up in the tree, and he's like, he's just giving you this like look of absolute terror as his butt is being pulled into the sky.
Well, he said he wanted to fly.
Well, he knows
You
that
can do it.
Doesn't make it any less
Focus,
scary.
Pietro. Focus.
It's okay, Pietro. Just relax and control it.
You watch as he kind of rights himself. He ends up. Then the tree itself, like he's way up there, like ah. And then you watch as I kid you not, doggy paddles. Like you know how when you hold a dog, you just pick them up right out of the water and they still paddle, like you might drop them back in. He's doing that doggy paddle thing and wiggling as he's trying to like dog swim through the air back to the tree. Yep.
I want to try to look for something because
Make an investigation check.
Something specific as the feathers they used to hang from the
Ceiling?
tree.
Okay, yeah.
No, for the tree specifically. The branches
I
of the
think
tree.
you forgot
They
to add your investigation to your mod.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's a
have
plus.
any.
I don't know.
Everybody
sorry.
zero.
You really can't find any of the remnants. Everything you used was biological in some way, shape, or form. Most of it's just gone. You do manage to find one of the bigger one of your carvings, where it sort of started out as like one carving, where it then repeated, where like you said something nasty about Pietro, and then Pietro crossed it out and changed it to your name, and then you changed it to something else, and so it sort of is this big like group carving that you and Pietro almost kind of like wrote back and forth between each other. You would each change it, and it's this really big one that eventually it's still in the tree. That one you find. There are probably others you would have to look for, but that one you do find.
It's like a sticky note war.
Yes, it is very, very much like a sticky note war, but in a tree.
I wish they had invented the video cameras yet.
Yeah,
I will
there's no
take-
way Pietro and Sarabi would not have been Vine stars.
They will be like jackass, filming each other doing stupid things.
Absolutely.
She's gonna take the dagger out and under the crab something new.
Mm-hmm. All
Like
right,
saying,
so you're gonna continue the war.
yes.
I'm
The
just
last
gonna
thing that
ask,
was
can
done- You know, probably the last thing was something Pietro wrote, so she's going to keep going how much he stinks.
And he
See
can't even write it.
Is it like
He
covered
can't
in
even
moss or
fix it.
something?
What you looking for?
I said, there's like carvings on the tree. Is it still visible, or is it like covered in moss after all these
You
years?
would have to you'd have to make an investigation check.
Also, after 100 years, the trunk would have grown a lot more.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it would have been up higher on the tree, essentially.
Arianty wants to ask if she can come up on the tree too. Is it okay if I climb up?
Yeah, sure. Ride the flying dog.
He's probably already up in the tree, so she just
Yeah, he has swum back down into the tree and is trying very, very hard to figure out how to stand in it. Because he doesn't have thumbs. Sarabi was not wrong. Trees are hard to stay in. So he's trying to find like a solid branch that he can stand in, but once he like lands, he realizes, and he still has the fly casted, he just looks down and he's like, he has that look of absolute confusion of, I have no idea how I will get down if I stay up in here. I will be in here forever. This is my life now. I live here.
Don't worry, Pietro. I can get you down with Featherfall if that spell wears off.
That he does not look particularly reassured. Because you did say the word fall.
Feather! You'll get down just fine. Don't worry, Pietro. You're okay.
He still can fly, right?
Good
Yeah.
boy. Yeah. it
Okay,
lasts for a
Sarabi
while.
pushes him out of the tree.
You watch as he kind of almost space dog, like he's in space head over tail as he kind of floats away from you, and he looks so hurt. Like you pushed him out into nothingness.
Come here, Pietro. Maybe if he's having a hard time.
You watch as he shakes his head, and you gave him a nice solid shove, and he shakes his head, and he starts like trying to swim back to Kali because maybe Kali will save him.
Remember when that taught us how to swim?
Yeah, so he's doggy paddling essentially down to Kali, and he's making loud, crying, very husky style. It's essentially just him screaming loudly. Yeah, he's making this as he's attempting to swim down to Kali. Please save me from these lunatics.
And this spell
But this
lasts
is
like
the way-
an hour, so he's just gonna be floating there for a while.
Well,
This is
when
the
she
way
puts him
your
down on the
father-
ground, as long as no one like
Yeah.
shoves him back up.
Yeah, she'll grab him and help him down.
Yeah. you got quite a few face kisses as you slowly to the ground because he's thank God I'm back on the ground.
And she's like, and now
Sorry.
do you see why I said no flying? Huh?
You'll be
You get lots of nodding and wagging.
Uh-huh.
You'll be safe here in the tree, kid.
Yep.
And she's gonna keep a hand on his head because
Okay.
Because I want to have Sarabi like, okay, she did what she came here to do and just jump back and run because there is this house. We gotta see what this.
yeah, that's
So you
what
wanna-
Callie was waiting for. Just for you guys
Okay.
to come back.
Wait,
All right.
wait! I forgot something. Kid, come here. Okay,
Yes.
no, we
grabs
can't.
the kid.
Okay.
I almost
coming.
forgot the kid in the tree.
You just left her in the tree.
It's like, wait, Sarabi, wait for me.
Okay. So yes, you guys are gonna go in the house.
That was that house.
Yep. There's a lot of what was in here isn't anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
mostly it's just the structure. There's not a whole lot left. But it's still, got, the carvings and stuff like that, and the your name. It's got like the bed frames and things like that are still in there. And so if you go and you can kind of look where you like maybe scrawled something on your bed frame and things like that. But there's not like a lot of items here. The floor is very squeaky, especially under you, Kali. So just keep that in mind. Probably you shouldn't be doing jumping jacks in here or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There used to be a loose board by her bed.
Mhm.
And she put all of her journals there in a bag.
Yeah.
I'm sure the journals are old now, but is it still
Mhm.
there if she were to find the board and
Yes.
lift it up? Okay.
You peel up the board and there are your journals. They're much older, but it seems like where you had them stored, they were not exposed to the weather very much. So
Yeah.
the pages are yellowed, but they're not that's not ruined. There's like a couple of them might maybe have like a little bit of that mildewy smell because they're just old, but nothing is ruined.
Okay, good.
But yeah, I while you guys are kind of wandering around, make me an investigation check because you guys are kind of like looking around.
Yeah.
Everybody?
Yeah, well,
Whoever's
those of you
in
who are
there.
in the house.
I'm
Whoever's
in
in
the
the house,
house.
make me an investigation check.
Bad. What's my investigation?
Well, shit.
I got a 7.
0. I got a 15.
Can Pietro
Okay.
make one?
Yes, Pietro can make an investigation check.
Why is his always so much better than mine? That's not fair.
He's a
He's
dog.
he's a dog. He's got the nose for
Yeah,
Oh wait, does he have like? No, that's passive perception.
yeah.
I say not.
Actually, Pietro finds it. So he, just like you are very much like your father, Cully, because he had his own loose floorboard in his room. And there are things stored in it. One of which is a very, very familiar weapon. Underneath the floorboard is his broadsword. They never seem to have found where he stored it. But it's there. And it's well cared for. The sheath is old. But the blade is unrusted. It's got nicks and marks and but it's a blade you know well, a blade you've seen him care for, the blade he showed you how to sharpen your own swords. It's sort of been. It's something he never left home without, and it's almost wrong to know that he doesn't have it with him still. But yeah, there's nothing else really that you find in the house besides his sword.
Doesn't Phil want to check the burn house? I would think Phil.
Okay.
Phil will be curious about the burned house.
The burned house? Yeah.
Yeah, since a sorcerer was there doing
Wizard. Yeah, there was he was, I believe, abjuration was his
Yes, yeah, he was abjuration.
spellcraft. Yeah.
Yeah.
and just asking. Okay.
Yeah.
In case he's interested.
Yes.
Say it again, Poison.
Oh, that if Phil wouldn't be interested in checking the burned house since a wizard was used to live there and did a lot of stuff, and apparently there is something magical still going around there.
Well, I don't know if
according to Ariante.
did Ariente say something about it being magical?
Not yet, but if she starts talking about it, she's about to mention it.
Okay.
was
Let's say
checking
because
that
right now
out
Pel doesn't
earlier.
even know.
What was said earlier? I said I smelt some brimstone.
Brimstone and fresh ash. Like it had just burned, even though it clearly burned a long time ago.
Oh, I was checking that house earlier, and for some reason I had a quick whiff of brimstone and fresh ash as if it just burned down. But they said it was burned down like 40 years ago. Is there something about that? Did you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah, we did.
I mean,
Yeah,
she's
but
talking to
you're
Bill.
talking. You're
Yeah.
talking wizard speak. It's like mumble jumble lumble lumble.
You can't hear me? Okay, I'll say it again. Oh, I checked out that house earlier, and for some reason I got a quick whiff of some brimstone and fresh ash. Like it was just burned down, and I don't know why. I tried smelling it again, and I couldn't.
Yeah, I got it the first time. It's just that I was that.
Is it like
Are
all
you-
three of you telling Pel that, or?
Sarabi probably went up to Pill to tell Pill to check it out. Aaron, he probably followed Sarabi, and then mentioned it while you guys were probably walking over to the house together, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarabi doesn't understand shit of what you're talking about. It's like you should start on speaking in Chinese for her. She doesn't know anything.
No. It felt familiar to me, and I don't know why.
Alright,
Ashes
well, I'm just gonna use a spell slot and cast Detect Magic to start.
Okay. It radiates abjuration magic, like it's sucked into the floor. You can feel it, just like the earth around it has been penetrated with abjuration magic. He clearly was a summoner of some kind. He clearly that was his focus. He made things from nothing. It's like permeated the ground practically. Like you can feel the amount of effort and time that went into it. You can even find what were remnants of summoning circles of like where he may have written out spells in chalk around a metal ring and set into the ground kind of thing. It's this clearly was a wizard's home, but a long time ago. You're not really smelling that burned brimstone. It's not like it's part of the magic or anything, but you do definitely feel that something very, very powerful happened here.
I do an Arcana check.
Yeah, sure, you can make an Arcana check.
This is really weird because abjuration magic actually don't destroy nothing on fire.
No, you're
Well, then
thinking of what's it? Evocation. That's it.
Yeah, evocation makes evocation makes things like firewall and fireball and things like that. Abjuration makes yes. Evocation generally would not, as someone who specializes in abjuration, would not generally have accidentally lit their house on fire. That's a little strange.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's weird because.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I rolled a nat 20, so.
Holy
Oh,
shit!
nice.
Really?
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah,
You do. As you get farther and farther into the house, you smell that fresh ash smell and that stench of brimstone. It's almost overwhelming. Like it fills your nose. You get about halfway into the house and it's like choking you. It's like you're in a fire right now. It's almost so blinding. It's like your eyes are filled with smoke. And
I'll just get and lays down on the floor.
just
As if there was smoke
smoke
around
in the air. Yeah, you don't see smoke. It just feels like you start coughing and hacking up, like you're almost being choked to death by the smoke. And then you feel something watching you. Something much stronger than you are, and something not of this plane. And then you just hear a chuckle, some deep kind of laughter, and then your ring says, "Get out of here." You hear the female voice shout at you, leave now."
Oh shit!
How does that?
Shit.
Okay, you dart out of the house. And that choking feeling disappears. The smoke's all gone. You don't smell brimstone anymore, and you don't feel that presence anymore. Anything looking at you.
And Pill basically goes to or tries to talk to the Rain Lady and asks her what that was.
Something you don't ever want to mess with, ever.
What is it? Can you give me a name?
Not a name, but there was something from hell there. I don't know which one. I don't know demon or devil or what, but whoever whoever lived there tried to do something
Got possessed.
that they weren't ready for. And that's all she says. She doesn't reply anymore.
I was gonna say the guy must have got possessed.
Maybe.
Mommy incident.
Perhaps
but
someone's been trying to go warlock.
But yeah, abjuration specifically. Sorry, I was looking up specifically. So it's not conjuration. So he doesn't necessarily focus on summoning things. It's more of banishment. Abjuration does a lot more focus in banishment. So yeah,
Abjuration's about blocking, banishing, and protecting things.
yeah,
Something,
Yeah.
so
It's defensive
something's
more than
trapped in there, basically.
Yeah. Oh,
but
dear.
sort of abjuration and conjuration kind of go hand in hand. Abjuration is the dispelling of monsters. Conjuration is the summoning of them. So him having maybe focused in conjuration would not have been unheard of. It's sort of like Pill learning about how the human body works to understand how to raise it from the dead. It's sort of that thing. You kind of want to know how a monster got summoned so you would know how to dispel it.
So he can be a necromancer and a doctor.
I was gonna say, so that fire wasn't suicide.
Maybe. You don't know.
So Dr. Pilix canon. Sorry.
But Pill, essentially, think Frankenstein. Pill, if Pill really wanted to, he could go full Frankenstein on your asses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well then, fucking Nerobus, what the fuck did you do? God.
The Pill tells like the others what he discovered.
Mm-hmm.
Rose thinks about how she could totally use Link, but she's not sure she wants to do it because she's afraid of what she'll find.
Do it.
I'll say,
No.
hey, clerics, there might be something infernal in there. We might have to do something about it.
Wink, wink.
That makes Sane. I guess they've all kind of gone to bed, so this is kind of you guys exploring after they've kind of are done for the night. So
Hey,
so
Rose, we should-
Sane is not up and around. So yeah.
Okay, then, Rose, we should tell Sane that there might be something infernal in there.
Yeah, but she just kind of looks at the house, like she doesn't have something to like. Oh, actually, maybe I do. Hold on, do I have? I do. I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna go over towards the house, like not too close. And I'm gonna cast Detect Good, Evil, and Good.
Can you click on the spell so I can see it? I forget because that one's weird. Because it doesn't actually detect alignment anymore. Yeah, no, it doesn't detect alignment, but it does detect what kind of monster is there.
Yeah, it's within 30 feet, so it's like if I stand close enough to the house, it'll be like.
Oh yeah.
You can get next to Callie or whatever.
So
Yeah.
the ground is desecrated. You know that for a fact that this house, the ground within 30 feet of you is desecrated. It's not. Yeah, it's unholy. Sort of. It's less unholy and more just not. It's tainted. I guess it's a better word for it. So, because it just says consecrated or desecrated, it's not divine or undead or something. It's just tainted, but like deeply tainted. Then it also reeks of fiend. Fiendish. It just radiates fiendish. For a minute, you're like, "Holy shit! Where is the monster?" And you're like, "Oh God!" And then you don't see anything, and it appears to be the house. The house is radiating this fiendish energy. Yep.
It's it seems like the house is what's it is what's I guess the demon. I suppose it's fiendish.
Yeah.
I don't know what we could do about that.
It's not. Yeah, so it's not like you specifically found a specific entity. Like you were looking for like a person that is radiating fiend energy. You do not see anyone radiating fiend energy. No one nearby you. Yeah, no one nearby you is radiating fiend energy. Some fun things though are I have a couple extra things because there are two other characters next to you who are within 30 feet of you. Kali radiates celestial energy and Arianti radiates undead. Just for funness, because it says anything within 30.
Yeah.
That's what you learn.
Undead, huh?
Yeah, so
Wonderful.
Arianti feels undead, Kali feels like she's celestial, and the building itself apparently is a demon. There you go!
There's just a lot going on at once.
That's
right now.
wonderful.
Yeah. So, Rose, you kind of feel like someone is trying to slap your eyeball. Visuals.
So okay, here's how it goes. I deliberately look at the house because apparently the thing keeps coming from the house. I cast Detect Good and Evil. I get slapped in the face with fiendish energy.
Yeah.
And I turn to look towards Kali and Arianti, and I see that she's celestial, that Kali's celestial, and Arianti is undead.
And then she sees the weird look you're making and like, wait, what's up?
It's
I'm like,
more
what
of
the
a
hell?
vague feeling than anything for both of them. It's not like overtly present. Like if you were looking on a divine being, it would be blinding for Kali. If you were looking on a skeleton, it would be very, very undead. Neither one of them are exceptionally powerful. The house does not feel like a person so much as an after image of an effect. Like this is just the taint in the ground is fiendish. So it's not like there's an individual here still. It's more just like there was one so powerful that it left its stink on the
It's like
ground.
a carbon footprint in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that either, or like, you know how when you look at the sun for a little bit, you get that after, you get
Exactly like that. It is very much like an after image.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like sunspots essentially for a fiendish presence.
So she gathers herself a little bit because that was a lot of fiendish energy in one place, and it's not even like the source of the problem. So the house, there was a fiend, and it was powerful enough that the ground that basically the whole house just has this fiendish energy. I'm not quite sure what we can do about that because there's no source. It's just it's an after image. But I did learn two other things. I did notice two other things. She turns to Kali. You have a vague celestial energy about you.
Okay.
You sound so happy about that.
It's if I was looking at an angel, or a divinity, you would probably be blind. You would be blinding me, but it's very. It's not very bright, but it's there. And then she turns to Arianti, who's just like, "Why did you look at me like that?"
Oh shit.
So you know how when I used blink, and we found out that you live partially on the ethereal plane?
Yeah.
You also have a vague hint of undead energy.
Well,
Rose,
what does that mean? I mean, I know we all died before.
No, I mean, I have a spell. It's called Detect Good and Evil, and I can't.
This is so bad. So Kali's good and you're evil. Oh my
No, it allows
Rose
me
is
to
talking
see
shit again.
it allows me to see the presences of not just divine things or infernal things, but also elemental such. But well, if you were a skeleton, you would just scream undead. But you just have there's a part of there's just a little bit, kind of like with Kali here. It's just a little bit of undead, and I'm not sure what that means.
Wait. Are you saying I'm a zombie?
Nice.
If
You're
you were a
half
zombie, I
zombie.
would. If it was possible for there to be a half zombie, then you would be a half zombie. But that's not
zombie.
possible. That's not possible. That's
Says
I
you.
don't know.
Was I not brought back right? Wait, what about the other two? What about Pill? Does he feel like he's undead?
She looks over at Pill. No, he's
No.
just Pill.
Why just me? What does that mean?
it might have something like everything that's been weird about you. It probably
Weird?
has-
Calling me weird?
No.
Just make it worse.
Rose is talking shit again.
Like,
It probably
everything that's
has something to do with Kalevmore. Isn't she his champion?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's the
that's
god
what I
of
was
the
going to
dead?
say.
So
Yeah.
It probably does, but what he did to bring you back, our auntie, is probably very different than what he and the other gods did to bring us back.
So, I'm alive though, aren't I?
You are. You have
am.
you have a heartbeat.
You have a heartbeat. You can breathe. It's again. It's like you have.
No, you have no pulse. You're dead. This is
Pill,
not
by the way, as Rose is attempting to struggle to explain to Noemi that she is alive, you, by the way, for a
Arianti.
fact, Arianti, yeah, is trying to explain to Arianti that she is definitely alive and stop freaking out. Pill, you're just like, you're in that situation like, listen, homie, if you were dead, I would know.
No,
Who is
Yeah.
the expert here?
you're totally a zombie. I'm sorry. There's nothing.
I'm a zombie?
You're not a zombie.
Oh my god, no you're not.
She's
You're-
lying.
If you're a zombie, then he's a zombie. He's most definitely not a zombie. Kelly, can you please punch him?
Yeah, sure. Pill, come here.
No.
Like so
I've been
much
needing to
go
take out my
stuff.
frustration on something anyway.
I'm not even gonna try and chase you down. I'm just gonna tell you.
Come here.
God damn it! You're lucky I can't
She will,
teleport.
she will legit try to grab him though, so.
But yeah, so no. But yes, from your perspective, Pill, though, it's very, very clear that Noemi is not Noemi, Arianti is very, very alive. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about that. At least from Pill, from your perspective, you're like, yeah, there's no way she's dead.
I'm done.
I'm very good at telling that, by the way.
I'm really good at
Yeah.
knowing when things are dead.
When things are dead or things are not dead, yeah.
You need to just poke it with a stick.
You usually just poke it with a stick.
You are attacking a doctor.
I don't give a shit.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
The doctor. I know what I'm talking about.
Bill
What
just brings out a pair of spectacles. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?
Yeah. That's
And
what
then-
he does.
So,
Yeah,
what
fantastic.
does being undead mean? Like, does it affect me in any way?
I don't think so. I mean, it's.
Try to hit her with radiant mash. They would see.
I don't know, maybe you'll start getting cool death powers.
Well, spells that work on undead affect me.
So far, no. Because normally things like healing word and stuff like that don't actually work on the undead, and they have been healing you left and right.
Mhm.
So far, nothing that they have done, none of the holy spells, none of the channel divinity, none of that seems to be affecting you at all.
Yeah,
So,
Rose probably
yeah.
explains that if. Rose probably ends up explaining that if she was really undead, then all of the holy things that she's been doing this whole time would be hurting.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have been real happy about walking into a temple either.
Yeah.
Which you have done several times now.
Yeah.
What would it affect me of walking into Kalemfor's temple?
Well, you already have,
Uh,
so.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
a
you already have, yeah.
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 You already
Yeah.
have. You probably if
I mean, undead people walking into Kalemvor's temple. Does it affect
You
them?
have not come across a solo temple yet. You've only come across kind of pantheon temples.
Ah.
So the pantheon temples are all consecrated ground. So far, it has not affected you. Yeah. Whether
Yeah,
whether
like,
that will be
she's
different
saying
later on,
stuff
you don't know.
like consecrated ground would probably be making you feel sick, or I think I've used turn undead at least once around you and you weren't affected, so
You didn't go running
probably
away.
not.
Oh, the mental image though.
I'm gonna eat
It's
your
just-
brains.
No, you're a zombie.
Not really.
At this
It's
point,
like
Callie's picking
Callie-
up Pill and walking him away from Oriente. Like, nope, come on. Let Rose handle this.
I just bodily lifts him up. It's fantastic, the imagery.
Back towards the fire.
Carry me.
She is.
Valen agrees.
Joke's on
okay, I
you.
guess.
I was too lazy to walk back to camp.
Okay.
So I think it's just part of who you are.
Or what I am.
It's who you.
Stop
Yes,
it.
we've been seeing a lot of unusual things about you, but Kalemfor chose you to be his champion. We don't know. I told you before. We don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't remember any mention whatsoever of the god of death choosing champion. You're unique, is what you are.
Apparently I know him somehow. And he knows me, but I can't remember.
Maybe
There
you
must
will
be a
one.
reason. Yeah.
Maybe you will
maybe
one day. Yeah.
Okay.
Crisis averted.
So she walks back and be like, guys, apparently I may or may not be a zombie, but it's okay.
Definitely
I
a zombie.
love. Yeah, I was about to say that as you walk back into camp and they're like, I may or may not be a zombie. It's just Pill holding his hand over his face and pointing at her and be like, definitely zombie.
So then
he's
Callie
munching
bops
the
him on the
ration.
head.
What
I
else did
promise
you
I
do?
won't eat your brains.
Um,
At least that's Robbie and Pedro's.
What brains?
Exactly.
this whole time Noemi has kind of been kind of quiet. Like, you guys have been talking and she's kind of been trying to like stay with you guys and smile and but she's mostly just been, quiet. It's not so much introspective now as vaguely worried. Like, she's not thinking about doing something anymore. She's just concerned about the choice she's made.
Valen. Stop it.
That will be super,
query.
super weird. Somebody should probably have noticed that.
Yes.
If not everybody, but somebody who actually cares will have noticed.
Bill.
Zero maybe?
Yeah.
I could. I mean, yeah, I could have.
Probably should
I
have.
can roll an
Yeah.
inside check if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, you can. I'm not really good at doing her voice very well, but yes, you can talk to me. I will
Fine.
I will try my hardest.
Also, what was the Miro doing all the way there?
Yeah, was
did you-
Vera, did you want to do something, Santa? Was Vera trying to do something while they were searching the house?
While they were searching the house, it was just kind of the thing was he was kind of just thinking about how to go about the hacks, and
Okay.
kind of trying to commute with nature just a little, but nothing that's.
Did you
Yeah.
try to like? Were you like trying to grow plants still, or were you trying to do anything like that, or were you just kind of like trying to commune with nature?
I was trying to commune with nature.
Okay. For the most part, nature's been pretty quiet.
Okay.
It doesn't have a whole lot to say to you. Mostly kind of try to figure out how to say this. Next time you try to grow plants, let me know. Other than that, for the most part, you've pretty much learned about what's going on in the forest. You know it's dying. You know it's not being drained by the plague rot yet. But so whatever that protection is it's fading.
Could I have tried then to make like a little snow a hebero?
Yeah, absolutely. So, while you kind of are out there commuting, again, it's just druidcraft. It's real easy for you to make things bloom.
Helebore, yeah.
Yeah. You lean down and you cast druidcraft and you grow the flower. It grows just like normal, exactly how you expected. Whatever that feeling from before is no longer, it's not replying to you anymore. Whatever replied to your casting of magic is not doing it now. I can have you make an insight check to try to help you explain why that might be, or I can let you guys figure it out. It's up to you. I don't know how much of a puzzle you want this to be.
I was thinking it had maybe something to do with Sarabi, just maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You probably don't need that check then. Yeah. So yeah. But yes, nothing replied to your casting this time.
So that was Sarabi, okay. So if that's the case, I would like to inside check Noemi then, if that's a possibility.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Holy shit, my rolls today natural 20.
Did you really? All right. I was gonna roll a deception check, but I don't.
Yep.
You can still roll to see if you got a natural 20.
Sure. I could.
I'm not even lying.
No, I believe you. Don't worry about it.
So what happened?
I got a 1. So, Noemi has the biggest guilty face you've ever seen.
Nothing wrong, Noemi. Is it because Ariante's a zombie?
Yeah. So Noemi looks guilty. Like you have not seen her do anything wrong. She looks like she has done something wrong.
Okay, he will slowly approach then.
Okay. Hey, Vero. She kind of smiles up at you, like, like. She clearly can tell. You can tell something is wrong, if that makes sense. She's being awkward as fuck. And like, let's avoid this conversation. It was. I heard what you did about the flowers. That was kind of. I mean, that must have been pretty cool. Filling a whole glen with flowers.
Thanks. That wasn't really me, though, I assume. Regardless, I assume you don't want to talk about this.
No, not really. I mean, it's been hard, for all them. And it's important that they're here and that they're with their family, and that really, really matters to them. They needed this. They needed that closure,
Yeah, I've been seeing it.
And with the hags and stuff and the forest spirit, we can't leave. We have to stay here. We have to fight and we need to figure out whatever's happening. We need to try to help these people, right? Like we couldn't just up and leave.
Noemi, are you? Okay. From what I've been seeing, you seemed really, really, really guilty about something. What's happening right now? You can't be blaming yourself for this, can you?
No. And we're gonna stay. We're gonna fight the hags, because this is where we're needed most, right? This is where we're needed. So we'll stay. We'll fight them.
Oh dear.
No. The dice are not for you.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking what would be metagaming and what not.
Valen knows what he wants to say. Yeah.
It's so cute.
He's giving you suggestions.
She needs the closure too. Cosmo, get down.
He's crying because Ariante's a zombie.
You could have Vero simply ask her if because since she seems so insistent on we need to stay, ask her does she want to go somewhere,
Yeah. Is that that's probably is that
Foresight.
metagaming or not? Because I know how this is gonna end. Because I was gonna
Yeah.
say, they got their closure, and I do want to fight this hex because I feel I am myself feel connected to nature, and I do want to help, but that doesn't mean that. And I think he might sit down. You sound a little like you don't. You can't. There's a parallel you're drawing to this from this situation to something else. I don't know to what or why you're looking as if you did something wrong, but you can talk to us, and you can, and it's not like we'd listen. It's not like we'd. How do I call it? We'd accuse, we'd blame you.
She she kind of smiles and chuckles. She's like, I know, Vero, I know that we can talk. But if you ever put in a situation where there was what everybody else wanted to do, needed to do, and there was something else that you found out, that you found out that really mattered to you, and everybody else needed to do this other thing, and it was really, really important, but you found something that was really important to you. What would you do?
Holy shit. I'm just saying myself right now, but I think we are talking. She's talking with the wrong person right now. She's talking to the one person who ran away twice.
Hey, Sano! Hey, Sano! Guess what? I am the GM! You didn't think I wasn't prepared for this, did you?
Prepare to feel responsible for this for the rest of your life.
I mean,
Yes.
if you want to feel any better, if she went to Rose about it, she would probably give a very similar answer because she did run away from home, essentially.
Oh yeah, a lot of you guys did. Damn near all of you guys picked yourself over the greater good and now are trying to do the greater good now. But all of you guys picked selfishness. The only person who didn't choose to be selfish was Noemi. She was sold into slavery. She didn't pick this life.
Stop it.
All of the rest of you guys picked to be adventurers.
Yeah, it's true.
And Pill.
And
Pill kind of got screwed too. But both of them kind of started out really screwed. The rest of you guys kind of wanted to be adventurers.
Want to be a hero. Is that selfish?
Yes.
Ultimately, yeah.
I mean, there's something about what we did that's definitely selfish. Like, yeah. If there's... I do...
Who's writing that?
Not me. It's definitely Hayes.
There's something about... Okay, I think I don't to say anything wrong, but there was a time ago where I did choose to do something different, something that I believed to be important, something where I chosen to follow it instead, so I think I know what you're talking about.
she just kind of nods, and she gets up like she's like, I'm gonna go, just sort of walk around the perimeter one more time, before we kind of call it for the night. But before she gets too far, she throws an arm around you, Vero, just right around your middle and hugs you. You're a good dude. And then she kind of turns and walks back off to sort of check the perimeter one more time.
All right. And he just stays there, and I think I sealed it. I'm so sorry, everyone.
I feel like it would have been inevitable. I mean, it is, but like...
yeah, of course it's inevitable. I told you.
But
it makes sense.
No matter who she would have talked to, like, the person would have still ended up getting her to the same conclusion.
Yep. It's just not funny because she ended up talking to one person right away twice. He did it twice.
Yep, solid. I really, it was... Vero almost always is the person who goes and talks to people when they're feeling bad, and I wasn't sure how this was going to shake out. I didn't know if you guys weren't going to talk to her at all, or if you're just going to kind of let it happen, but the fact that you went to talk to her, and it was Vero, I was so excited! Yeah, and then you rolled so well, and I'm like, yes! It was just so good. Okay,
I hope I didn't mess up what I've been saying.
No, solid.
You're good,
10 out of 10. So, what's your guys' watch order?
Oh, shoot.
The kid needs to sleep, so she's out of the question.
No, she doesn't. She's undead. She doesn't have to sleep.
Rose reaches over and just smacks Pill in the arm because she can't reach his head.
Charlie, look at his head for you.
Thank you.
I want Arianty to stay up so she can, like, maybe, I don't know if Sane or Bennett is out, but she wants to ask Sane for more stories.
They went to bed.
They went to bed.
No!
You'll have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah,
We're
We're gonna be here a while.
They're 100-year-old adults. I think that they need to go to bed very early.
Well, she's gonna ask
They
them in the
also went through a
morning.
lot of emotional shit today, so
Yeah.
please sleep.
Do we need to keep watch? I mean, there's like this.
Not really. No, you don't. You don't need to keep watch. It was more of a question: did you want to keep watch, kind of thing.
Because there's this big ass cylinder of a city-wide thing protecting us right now. So
Yeah. Well, it's protecting you from fiends. But yeah,
Faye, you mean?
yeah, Faye.
Yeah.
That. Thank you. Yeah. But for the most part, yeah, you guys are in a location that is fairly well protected because you are clearly in a cabin area. This is not something that probably gets trafficked by too many big animals.
also, can I mention how it is incredibly rude that the two ladies went to sleep and we have to sleep outside again. This is rude.
You could, I mean, oh, yeah.
I mean,
This is
you can go
this is out of character.
you can go into the cabins and sleep in them. I mean, both. This one has some holes in the roof, so you'll probably have to navigate it a little bit more. But this one, you could probably, sleep in them.
We could probably
You can
put
sleep
everyone in
inside.
that one. It's pretty big.
Yeah, this one's
Yeah.
a bigger one.
Let's do that.
Again, you just it will be kind of squeaky.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
just
you-
keep that in mind. Yeah.
I mean,
you don't
if
want
we,
to.
if
You don't want to sleep in a burned down house with no roof.
yeah, no.
God.
If she has to, she could cast silence on the squeaky floors.
Silence on the
It's less
floors.
the silence for the squeaky floors and more the fact of if you elbow something wrong, you might fall through them.
Yeah,
there's
they're old
that.
and rotted. Yeah.
They're just old and rotted, so just keep that in mind.
Let's space it out. All
Mhm.
our pos-
Okay, so we're spacing it out.
Yeah.
Except for Auntie, she's gonna snuggle up with
Okay.
your child no matter what.
Hey, Noemi, what are you up to?
No, you guys can. So you guys said we're spacing it out. No, this cabin over
You can
here.
stay in there
So,
if you want, Bill. Yeah.
yeah. And then Vera, did you want to pick a cabin for your 4 hours of rest before you?
Nah, he's gonna stay outside.
Okay.
Nature
He's gonna
boy.
stay and think of what he did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he has to contemplate what just happened.
Yeah. night sort of progresses. Pill, what's your passive perception?
Let's find out.
A number.
She's
Sorry, that's one of my players answered me for the other day. I was like, what's your whatever? And they're like, a number. I'm like, thanks, smartass. What's your name?
What's your passive perception? A number. Awesome. 9.
Yeah. You have a 0 now. Okay.
16. 16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ow.
Okay. It's about maybe halfway through the night. So you're awake, Vero. When you see something move in the cabin that Noemi and Pill are in. You don't hear anything. It's totally quiet. You just see a little bit of movement.
All right. He's. I don't know if he should go investigate because it could be a potential threat. But I think he has already an inkling what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Or who it is.
Yep. Okay. You don't see anything dart out by you or anything. You just saw a little bit of movement in the cabin, and then it stopped moving. But yeah. Do you get up? Or do you stay right where you are, Vero?
He takes the staff to be battle ready, but if there's not dreams or if there's not anything concerning, he's not gonna go there and attack because he knows what she's doing and he's the last one to tell her not to.
Yep. Okay. So then the night kind of progresses. Dawn begins to break. You guys all kind of wake up. And Pill, you wake up and there's a cloak over you. Like someone tucked you in.
Oh.
Looks around for Noemi.
You don't see her. You don't see any of her stuff. There is the cloak that's over you is one of her cloaks. That's the cloak of elven kind. And next to you is the bag of tricks and a letter.
He opens it.
Okay. 2 seconds. I have to get to the handout page.
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't want
Did
to
Abby
play
write
again.
it or?
Well, Pill's the one who opened it, so
Ah.
okay, you should now have it in your journal section. It should just say a letter.
There it is.
How many times am I going to cry today? Damn it.
Now, it is your choice about whether you want to read it or if you want me to read it.
Yeah, he can read it out loud.
Okay.
I mean, because I'm gonna fuck it up and mispronounce stuff. So
No worries. All right, I'll read it aloud.
Wait, let me get some.
Hand catches.
I was gonna say Poison's gonna cry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey.
okay,
Hey,
I'm ready.
Pill. Hey, Pill. Tell him I'm sorry. I know how much this is gonna hurt, everyone. I know how we all need to stick together, but I know this is gonna hurt you the most. And I'm sorry. I never wanted to hurt you. You are the brother I wish I had. But I saw my actual relation. He was in Esmerant, Melton. And the fucker wasn't alone. No, he had his slavers with and there were so many people with golden collars. Pale, I could not let it go. I could not wait. They were leaving tonight, setting sail, and I could not let them get away. By the time you were reading this, I'm long gone, hidden in the bowels of their ship. But I'm not leaving you, Pill. I need you to know that. I'm not gone, okay? I'll be back. I will still help you guys. I'll write. God's Pill, I swear I will write. But they need you more. Do you hear me? They need you. You are more than just their wizard, alright? You're not disposable or useless or nothing. You're smart, and you're brave, and you're a good man even when you're trying to be a prick. So just remember that, okay? Remember that I love you a lot, you big idiot, and when I write back, okay? Don't die. I'll see you later. Noemi.
Bill just frowns and just holds the letter. Like holding it in front of him, just slowly folding it up. Closing it back up, and he's standing up trying to process what he just read. Hasn't really fully understood what happened yet. Or what he just read. He like, it's not something he would believe. Right now he's just like looking around the house to see if she's bluffing.
You don't see any sign of her.
Or is anyone else awake?
Vero is. And so is probably Vero. Something that you noticed was that Vina probably went out early in the night to go hunting and is not returned yet. Because again, elf, she does not need to sleep as long. So yeah, so right now it's just Vero who's awake.
Approaches Vero. And he hands Vero the letter and asks him if he saw her.
It's gonna read through it and not her, just rustling.
Rustling?
Some movement.
Is it too much?
No.
He's just gonna read the letter over and over again.
Even I want to make a joke this fucked up, Vero. Come on, you gotta help me here.
I don't. It doesn't look like a joke. It looks like it's honest.
They're kind of raising their voices now. They're not being so quiet anymore, so the rest of you guys can start to wake up.
Okay.
Yeah, Rose probably wakes up at this point.
Bill walks over to Rose. Do you have any spell slots left?
I just, yeah?
The fuck is all this
She just
noise?
woke up.
Yeah, she just woke up, so yes, she does have her spell slots back.
We gotta find Noemi. Like, we gotta send a message to her somehow.
No, Noemi?
She's gone.
What? Where did she? Like, she's very confused because she just woke up to yelling and Pill actually being afraid, or well, actually freaking out.
She just
And
up
shows
and
her
left.
the letter.
All her stuff's gone. Yeah.
No, she left her cloak and her bag of tricks and this letter.
By the way, she never collected the hat back from you, Kali. You still have it.
And we still have the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Bag of tricks. Yeah.
That she left you guys the bag of holding too. I think one of you guys also were borrowing it right now. I think Arianti was borrowing it.
We had two.
Yeah.
I'm borrowing one of them.
She left you guys the bag of holding she had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Eric goes
Yeah, she wouldn't take
full
it.
business and goes here. How long? How long? If she takes the leather and shove it next to Pietro. Smell, track. How long? When did you find this? When did you wake up?
Yeah, Rose tries to send a message to. I want to be. I almost don't want to. But also, I really shouldn't metagame. So she tries to send do a sending to Noemi. Let's see. I need to actually come up with the words.
Yeah, you can send a message to her though. But yeah.
Yeah.
This is actually in character, so I want to make Sarabi and Pietro try to track her down.
Sure.
It's gonna be on the ship.
Yeah, easy. You can
I was say, Pill would be like, can you ask her to like, please come back? Why not tell us? Why not take us with you?
But yeah, you can smell for her. So it would be a perception check to see for Pietro, but he gets advantage because he's trying to sniff for her.
Yeah. +5. Yeah.
Okay, the 23 is really good. He mostly sniffs Pill quite a bit, like she was sleeping next to him the whole night, and so he smells like her. And then he goes over to the cabin and smells the cabin, and then starts sniffing the ground, and appears to be leading back down the path that led you guys to Esmal. That's the direction she went in. That's where his nose is leading him.
Okay, Sarabi pulls the hood of the wolf belt over her head and goes, "We are going. We don't have time to lose. Come on."
Well, wait. I'm trying to compose the message.
You keep doing that. We'll be back.
But we don't know how far she's gone. What if the hags got her?
We don't. If you don't want to lose the track, what's the English word?
The trail.
Trail. If you don't want us to lose the trail, we have to move now. Then they go. She follows.
I didn't take us.
No, kid, you stay here.
I'm trying to think of what else to
with-
add because I still have quite a few words left.
Well, I mean, you don't have to use all of them if you don't want to.
Yeah,
It is not a requirement to use the full 25.
I know. I guess I could just tell you what what the general idea is.
Yeah.
And we can work it out from there. Pill's freaking out. Where are you? At this point, as a caveat, Rose hasn't seen the letter yet. Pill's freaking out. Where are you? He wants to know if this is a joke. I guess that's it. I don't know.
Is this a joke? Are you safe?
Is this a joke? Are you safe? Yeah.
Why don't you let us come with you?
Oh yeah, that too. I think we could pare that down to 25, or at the very least.
Yeah. You guys, because we're kind of role playing this, I'll let you kind of judge this one. Because this is between players. You again, a long pause. Not normally something. I mean, Noemi was not a hard one to cast too. It's not like it's stressful, but again, it sounds like it's like someone hesitating, applying kind of situation.
I mean, I can understand because it's 25 words.
Yeah. I'm on the ship. They haven't found me yet. I'm safe for now. I'm so sorry. I love you guys, okay? I love you bunches, and I won't let you down. She's gonna say one more thing.
Okay.
But Sarabi and Kali need you more.
Okay. So instead of sending like a reply back to Noemi and use up that second spell slot, she sent, well, actually, yeah, I can because I have a pearl of power, but what if I need it later?
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah. Well, we're dealing with the hags today, so she uses her second, third level spell slot to send to Pill. It's not a joke. She's really on the ship.
But he's like right here.
But if they haven't left yet.
I'm like right here.
Yeah, if they haven't
Okay,
left
okay,
yet,
so-
you
so-
can just
So
tell.
he's across from the camp. They're kind of like trying to
Okay.
convince Arianti not to go, and so like they're arguing over there. So you can just kind of like
Yeah, I can't, like, I head over to them before they leave. It's not a joke. She's really on the ship. She hasn't been found yet, but she says that we need to be here for Kali and Sarabi. And that she'll be fine.
Sarabi has this frown on her face. Fuck that. Then she
I
looks at
need
Phil.
her.
And then Sarabi looks at Phil. What do you want us to do? Say the word and we go to the boat.
Well, I don't even know where the ship is.
Has everyone
We
seen
can
the
find
letter
her.
by now?
yeah. It's in everybody's journals, by the
Yeah,
way. Now, if you
okay.
guys all want to read it.
We can say that the Kali has it in her hand.
Yeah,
Oh.
she's probably
I'm
let it
assuming
go.
everyone's kind of passed it around by now.
Yeah, well,
If
Sarabi
she's-
didn't even read it. He just made Pietro smell it and just started running towards the track.
If
Fine.
she's on the ship, it's already gone.
We can find her.
In the ocean.
I can find her.
In the ocean, the scent's gonna stop exactly where she got on the boat, and you're not gonna be able to track it past that.
We just need to know where the boat is going.
We weren't near the ocean. We
Ow.
were near a lake.
Yeah, well, the lake feeds out into
Like
the sword.
feeds into the ocean.
I was
Yeah.
saying, there's like some pretty big lakes in this world, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in this case, this one leads right out to the ocean.
Yeah.
It does have to travel down a river, so I mean,
Wasn't
there is
it-
the river they
I
have
was
to
saying,
get down
isn't it
first.
technically a bay then, not a lake?
No.
It's quibbling at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you have
It's
to go down
called
the
the lake
river
on the
to
map.
get to the thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It takes a little while for you. The lake feeds into the sea, so it takes a little while. They do have to go quite a bit down through inland before they will get to the water, but boats do move quickly. Something else of note: if it was a slaver ship that left in the middle of the night, who's going to make note of that in a document?
Yeah, no
I
one's
think
gonna be able
Ro-
to track it. It's
Yeah, I think
illegal.
Rose like takes a look at the letter because she didn't really have a chance to like read it all before she started sending. And then she catches the slaves. Got Sarabi Pill. It's a slave ship. They're not going to just have records of it. There's no way to track it.
Lake.
I can still send to her, but I only have so many spell slots a day. It's
Knowing Noemi, she's just gonna keep telling you to stop.
yeah. She has to do this. It's her brother.
There's got to be a slave market here somewhere. There's got to be a way I can
Pill.
get.
Pill. She like reaches over and like grabs Pill's hand with both of hers. Pill. She wants you to stay here. She wants you to help us. If she really did want, she must. I don't know what she was thinking, but well, she must have thought that it was. She must have known that we would have been okay without her, including you. And I can always send her something once a day if I have to. Have her make sure that we know that
Check
that
up
we
on
love
her.
her. Check up on her, yeah, every day. I can do that. I have. She pulls out the pearl power. I have this. I can use one of my spell slot. I can use one of my spells every day to let her know that you're thinking of her.
You don't have to. She said she was going to write to me. Maybe I can catch her one of those times.
I don't think you're going to keep her from doing this.
This This whole thing with her brother and the slave thing, it's one of the things that drives her. And I
Listen,
get that.
I don't want to keep her from it.
No,
I
I know. I want to go. I know, and I would prefer if we all went with her too. I mean, I told her I would go with her. But, if she feels like she has to do it on her own and she can't wait, I guess we'll just have to deal with it. We probably will find her again one day. Hopefully she sends us a letter and we can bully her into coming to meet us somewhere.
Bill just like has like this pained expression. He's like, I don't know what she was thinking either, and he just walks away. Back towards the camp.
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to try to find her, guys?
I feel like she would still love us, but she would feel so bad about us going away from. You heard how we were talking. I can't. She's thinking back to the night before and how she didn't really pay attention to Noemi, but she just remembered that Noemi didn't really talk that night while everybody was talking about going to fight the hags.
Yep.
She must have. The more immediate, she must have been hearing us talking about fighting the hags, and well, it was either fighting the hags or following her brother. And she didn't want us to choose when the Snakewoods are so important to.
She didn't want us to choose over our home, or over her or our home. And doing this, and she'll point to the letter, this is what she needs.
Harry looks down with a frown. Okay. Understood. Start walking. Passes Phil, takes the wolf pet out of her shoulder and put it on Phil's shoulder, and then keeps walking. The cabin.
What time is it, by the way?
It's dawn. It's like right. You guys just woke up, essentially.
Or just quietly, his hands might be shaking a little. I need to think for a little.
Mira didn't move during the whole.
No, he didn't chase after you guys when you guys were gonna.
I'm sorry. I need to think. And he just disappears deep into the forest, still in that thing where that thing cast, but like deeper into the forest.
Rose just kind of sighs really deeply. You know, I did. Since she's here with Kali and her auntie, it's kind of quiet, but I did have a passing thought about going to find my family again. It's not so far, but she looks all the way up to Kali because not a.
There's a large height difference there.
Yeah.
But this is more important. We need to help your home because we need to help your home more than I need to find my family right now. So, I understand why she left. I'm sad, but I understand it. I ran away from home. I mean, she's just kind of rambling a little bit because she's still processing it.
You ran, but she was taken from her home.
Yeah. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I wish she'd talk to us, but she doesn't really talk.
No, you have to go badger her to get her to talk. Trust me.
Yes.
Yeah.
She'll be fine. And she kind of pokes at Kali again. The same applies to you. If you need me to cast sending to her once a day, just to check in on her, just let me know.
Alright. Thanks.
Yeah.
Owen, we'll go immediately when we're done here. You're going home. Immediately. The second we're done, you're going home.
Okay. She's just kind of accepting that because Kali.
Yeah.
Just like Kali maybe put her hand on her, well,
Her
maybe not her
head.
shoulder, but like her
Yeah.
head.
She's like, no excuses, you're going home.
I'm literally imagining Kali because her hand's so big. Like your entire top of your head is Kali's hand, and she tilts your head back so you can look at her eyes. You're like you're going home.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
I think, as depressing as this is a good place to call it for the night.
Yeah.
Yep. So I will look at our schedule and pick for our June games. Hopefully we'll get to play twice, but my schedule is insane. So we'll see.
I haven't voted yet because I hear back from my boss to see if I will keep working. So
Well,
Okay.
I hope you do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I know I kind of sucker punched you guys a lot this game. It was emotional. By the way, Soul, if you want an idea for the name of this episode, it should be a goodbye letter.
Oh, damn.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
I already voted for June, but I
Good.
might change for one or
Okay.
2 days.
Yeah, mine
Yeah,
might change too, depending on when I figure out the schedule for my family visits.
Yep. As you guys' schedule change, posted that it'll change. My phone will update me whenever you guys change the schedule, so I'll know to look.
Specifically, mine will change on like the 15th and 16th. I'll still have my phone on me. I'll be able to I guess.
Do it
Still
like
voice chat with-
Poison did before, where we had to send her
Yeah.
screenshots.
Yeah.
Because I won't be anywhere near my computer. I'll be babysitting my cousins.
Okay. But yeah, so think about kind of how we want to deal with the hags. So we know at the very least there's 3 main hags that you're gonna have to deal with. All 3, by the way, are night hags, from what Vienna told you.
Yeah.
Plus
so
an
you-
untold number of younger hags.
Younger
3
hags,
hags,
which you
I
guys,
see,
which
yeah.
essentially you guys raffle stomped. So,
Yeah.
and
Well,
according
yeah,
to
but
Yeah,
even
but
if
they
we
can turn
raffle
invisible. We
stomp
have to
them, that
prepare for
doesn't
that.
mean that we can't get overwhelmed.
Well,
Yeah.
as long as Rose keeps that detect good and evil, she'd be able to sense where they are if they turn invisible, because they are Fae.
within 30 minutes, within 30 feet.
Yeah.
It's within 30 feet, but it's also A, concentration, and B, 10 minutes.
Oh, that's
So
right.
we can use Rose like a living brother.
Yeah.
He's going to go around puck, puck, puck.
But yeah, so we learned more about our about your surviving members. Ali, what did you do with the sword while you slept? Your dad's sword? Did you just keep it with you?
Yeah. She's keeping
Cool.
it with her.
But you didn't technically attune to it because you didn't know it was magical, but it is magical, and you do know that now.
Okay.
Yeah, it has
we
an
had a lot
achievement
going on. I was gonna say in the middle of the night she was gonna open up his letter, but we had so much going on. I don't know.
Yeah, let's save. This is from the GM to you guys. I recommend you stop the hags before you read that because it's going to be another sort of plot
Another
point.
thing? Okay, yeah. Then she'll just hold on to it.
Yeah, I recommend you deal with the situation first. It's going to be very sort of prophetic if you deal with the situation and then as you're packing up to leave to go to Vine Shade, and you find the letter again and you're like, oh shit, I haven't read this, and you pop it open,
Yeah.
it will go very, very well.
Okay. Oh wait, that's
Badly, depending on your mood.
In character, it could just be that Kali just didn't want to deal with that night, so she just went to sleep.
You, by the way, it's it's a vicious weapon.
What?
Your dad's sword is a vicious weapon.
Oh.
So it doesn't require attunement, but when you roll a d20, you deal an extra 7 points of damage.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's also considered magical, so it's a magical sword, so if you stab things that require magic, it's a magical weapon.
Yeah.
And it does an extra 7 points of damage whenever you roll nat 20.
Cool.
The question is, Where?
Oh no, it's not a
this
nat
point
20.
are you going
It's
for?
whenever you roll a 20. So whenever your attack is higher, a 20
Higher
or
than a
higher,
20? Okay.
it does an extra 7 points of damage.
Damn.
It doesn't say when you roll a nat 20 on your attack,
Okay.
which normally they do say in D&D. I'm pretty sure it clarifies when you roll a natural 20.
Yeah. And a broadsword is 2d4, right? For rolling?
Let me look. Hold on.
I think it's a 2d4.
Different handbook, but yeah. So sorry, I know I kind of threw a lot of really sad, you guys.
It's just the first volley of sad. That's all.
Yeah. This is not going to end soon, for the record. You guys are going to find every time you go, no, will happen. Just keep that in mind.
Oh dear, 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 dear.
Yeah. By the way, I do recommend you go south before you go north. North will require higher levels. Just as a
All the more
GM tip.
reason.
It shows
to visit
on the
Rose's
map.
place.
On the map, when we go to click on the place to go to, it has next to it recommended level, like in a video game.
Yeah. I will give you guys some recommended levels. Right now, the DMZ, you are not high enough.
We need to get our letters though before we go down to Vine.
Yes.
We have to go up to boulders then back down again.
Yeah, to get your letters and stuff.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, there's a train. Hold on, where's the map?
There is a train. Oh, here, I can flip back to it for you guys.
Yeah.
Here we go. That should be it. Yep, you should now be on the map when it
Yeah,
loads.
cool.
So you said higher than 20, it deals 7 points of damage? 7 extra?
Yes,
Okay,
7
I'm
extra points of
writing
damage.
it down. Okay.
So just like a day or two away from the campsite, we reach Crimor and we can just take the train down south.
But we need to go up to Baldur's Gate first.
Well,
to
yeah,
get
I
our
mean-
mail. And then Callie wants to stop here to check on her ex-girlfriend. And then
That's super stalkerish.
she
by
cares
the way,
about
it's,
her, okay? She was an important person in her life, one of her best friends. She wants to make sure she's okay since this world is apparently shit.
Yeah, by the way, it's a great sword.
Great sword?
It's a great sword. So it's 2d6 slashing.
Mhm.
It's heavy and two-handed. Those
Oh,
are
okay.
its notes.
Where
But yeah,
Where
it's a martial
exactly-
weapon, but you can use it.
Yeah.
where exactly in the zone we need to go?
Hold on.
I believe it's
over-
slightly south of the map.
Yeah, it's slightly south of the map. Let me try to find where it used to. Here we go. Let me do. Here we go.
I double checked though for the weapon. It is
Oh.
it is only when you get a natural 20. Sorry,
Only a natural? Okay.
I did double check. It's only for nat 20s.
That's
Because
well,
it's how they refer to a Vorpal blade. When you roll a natural 20, you can cut something's head off, and I'm assuming they do not mean. They don't say natural 20. They just say when you roll a 20. I'm assuming they don't mean just whenever you get 20 or higher that you just go lopping heads off. So I'm making an assumption. Yeah.
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 So presumably, like it's not on the map, but presumably because that's a huge trade route. That's where the train's gone down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, down here.
So yeah, just
Oh,
down.
so we should go first to Rose House and then go to Baldur's Gate.
Well, we need to get our mail in Baldur's Gate first. So we have to go up to... Because there's been how many weeks? And they were supposed to send us stuff?
It depends, but like it takes probably about a week for mail to get across country. So your letters, if they were sending you anything, would be arriving soon. You would not
Yeah.
quite get the money from the train heist
Yeah.
yet. You would need a couple more days before that. But yes,
It's
your
gonna
first
take us a couple
volley-
days to deal with the hags and then go
Yeah,
west. But
I want our name to be known. Let us kill the house first, and then give some time so everybody will be. Oh, those adventurers! They are so cool.
Yeah. And then we can decide if we're going to go up to Baldur's Gate or to Rose's place first. Either way, we're going to go to Rose's place is where we're going to stop for good. And get her stuff done. But yeah.
I love this version of the map. There is everything.
But yeah, so that's
Wait,
kind
where's
of where we're at.
Oriente on the map? I'm not on the map. I don't exist.
There was
this is
another
You're supposed to be right here. Alright, we're right on Waterdeep.
Yeah. I pulled the first map that I saw.
But I think I had another version.
That's so cute. I almost want those icons so I can stick your faces on the my map.
I'm gonna make them. Let me just. I can find where I left the stuff.
Where's Waterdeep at?
Sorry.
Up the coast near Pilinvero's head, there's like a little line
Oh,
coming
there it
from their
is.
heads. Yeah.
That's my hometown. Well, I don't think she was
favorite
born
of
there, but that's where
enough
she was
drama.
raised. Up until she ran away when she was like 10 or so.
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading Vorpal Sword, and it has the best description I've ever read in D&D. When you attack a creature that has at least one head with this weapon and roll a 20 on an attack roll, you cut off one of the creature's heads. The creature dies if it can't survive without the loss of its head.
But what if
Because there are monsters that do not have heads.
Yeah.
So this does not affect them, but it's just a great description.
It is
You have to clarify. Yep.
It is the most specific description.
Yep. A creature is immune to this effect. A creature is immune to this effect if it is immune to slashing damage, doesn't have or need a head, has legendary actions, or the DM decides the creature is too big for its head to be cut off with this weapon. Because you know someone's like, but I have a Vorpal sword. Of course I can cut off the giant's head. No, you can't.
Or the dragon's head. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
hmm
That's awesome. Okay. But yeah, you the sword is considered a vicious weapon. That's what it is.
Interesting.
Weird
Yep.
for her to use it. She hasn't used a two-headed weapon in a long time.
Yeah.
She's a sword and board usually. Yeah.
But yeah, so the great sword is a two-handed weapon. It also it also has sentimental value.
Yeah. hmm
But yeah, so you can talk to you can talk to Sane if you guys probably want more magic items. She was clearly gearing up, like she was about to ride out, so she might have some gear for you guys. You also don't know where she was going. So you might also need to find out. That's kind of one of your checklists is where were you going, Sane? How long
Apparently
did you
she
stay?
said something about Violet Rose. What was it? Violet Widow?
The Violet Widow.
Yeah, and
She
about it wasn't her
apparently founded
idea,
it.
but yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
Or she was apparently one of the founding members
Yeah.
of the Violet Widow.
Which, isn't Pill in that?
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You guys forced him to be in it. But they also right now
Go
are
into
severely lacking
therapy.
members. They're currently severely lacking members because they keep sending people up to go help the DM in the DMZ, and
I've been
people
doing
are not
that.
coming back out. Yeah. But yeah, so that's where we're at. I will make sure that we will be able to do some more hag slaying in the next one, or perhaps player slaying. You don't know. Sometimes these things just shake out funny. But yeah, so this will be a tough fight for you guys, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, we haven't had a tough fight.
We need to prepare. We need to prepare to face the invisibility stuff.
Yeah, but you guys can of course take your time here. There is not a time crunch for anything.
Yeah.
And as long as Sane stays with you guys, she can continue to keep you safe in this region of the forest will be safe for you guys.
I mean, okay, this isn't actually going to happen, but theoretically we could stay there for a month and make the area completely, permanently safe for us.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you guys decide you want to camp out for a month, she can sit around for a month. I don't. So here's what I'm going to say. You probably can stick around for a month. So that's probably about as long as Sane can push off whatever she needs to do is about a month. But she is, it will get stressful and more stressful for her because she's supposed to be leaving.
Yeah, I get it. I mean,
I understand.
in practice, we're probably not going to stay nearly that long, but...
No, probably not. You guys are really good at killing things.
Still, I think this is probably the first time that we are going to need to actually sit and make a plan of what we're going to do.
Yeah.
This sounds really dangerous. And I don't want anybody else to die.
Yeah.
I hope we don't plan our Vox Machina.
Here's our plan. Fuck it.
I wonder what will happen if Arianti dies.
What the
She's
heck?
already a
That's
zombie.
a
She's
good
already a
question.
zombie. She'll just come back undead.
Yeah, we'll find. Yeah, so
Guys, I
Arianti's
told you
dying will
she
be
was a
interesting.
zombie.
So
Yeah.
it will be interesting.
Yeah, if Arianti ever eats it, we'll find out what happens because that'll be exciting. For the sake of all of our sanity, Noemi will not die during her misadventures.
Yeah.
Things will go
Yay.
bad, things will go good for her, and she will not die. So if Abby can come back to play with us, she does know, by the way. I filled her in about what her backstory is right now, and what she's getting up to. And you guys will then be slowly informed of what's happening as she sends letters to you guys. So if she ever pops back in, she can totally just pop back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she will, it'll be cool. I have kind of planned out what she's doing on her solo missions. And it will be very neat as you guys slowly get updates about what she's up to. But yeah.
Yay!
Yep. So she's not dead because I felt like killing her would suck.
Yeah.
It would.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh god, though. I feel so bad. I want to throttle my own character.
No. Oh my god, is it so good? It's
It
so
really
good.
is, though.
Yeah, it really is. It's solid.
It just you hit his fatal flaw. He doesn't talk to people, and he thinks, and he has a really high opinion of freedom of choice.
Yep.
And it was two things that happened. Like, he could have talked to someone else. He wasn't even thinking about it because he's Vero.
It's so good. It was so good. You were the one person, and of course I knew because you would stay awake that you guys having this chalk was even better because you wouldn't go and try to stop her while she was leaving, and she knew it. Yeah,
She knew it.
she
Just
knew
that-
you wouldn't try to stop her.
I was gonna say, just imagine she tossed a blabbermouth pill.
Yeah.
What?
yeah, so-
You want to live?
Like,
Yeah.
just imagine if Pill finds out what Vero did that night.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have some really interesting conversations and character dynamics, and I do not want to make this feel like we're trying to drive Pill from the party because I know we just got rid of your best friend, so we're gonna have to kind of deal with that emotionally because I don't. Now, if Pill decides to start going down some darker roads, by all means, do it. That's great
I was gonna
RP.
say,
It's
saying,
okay, we understand.
he's gonna fucking genocide the hags. I'm just saying.
Awesome. I'm so jazzed. But yeah, just I'm very excited for character development that will spawn from this. But yeah, because I know you like playing, and I just really don't want to Pill to the dark side, essentially, because she left. And I have this feeling that if she had died, it would have been so much worse.
I
The
was
fact
gonna
that she's
say-
alive is better.
I was thinking, I was gonna say alive, he'll still be neutral. If she died, oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah, there would have been some real bad shit happening. But yeah, so okay, we're all good. I will try to pick a time that we can all play. Hopefully, my lab stuff will start to lighten up because I'll be done with it, but probably not. So far my luck has been every time I think I'm going to be done, the next time I go in the lab to run the gel, it doesn't work. So, we'll see how this goes. But yeah, I will try to make sure I pick those dates for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, cool.
I'll try to have a clear itinerary. Try to talk to my boss and see what days I got free for. Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
That's-
Yeah, again, if it doesn't work out this month, that's okay. Like, life happens. Your job is probably way more important than us playing D&D now. But yeah, so as it shakes out, just keep us posted.
Alright.
Perfect. Talk to you guys later.
Because it's
Bye.
2 a.m. on. Night.
Night, guys.
Night.
Bye.